How are you, Ruth? Good. I cannot hear you.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, there it is.
Sorry.
Good. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, sure. I'm the court reporter.
And you are essential.
Thank you. I was gonna see if I could fix it, but I can't. So, okay. Well, where'd you go? Are you, did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
It's really weird. My picture's gone. I don't see you, so I don't know. Huh. That's weird. Wonder why. I've never done this before. I might just get out and get back in.
Okay. So can you hear me well?
Oh, there we are. I don't know what I did. I'm here. Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm looking now. Are you one of the attorneys? I'm trying to look at the list.
No, I am the law clerk for the hearing examiner. So
Cool.
yes, so I will be here only for a little bit until the hearing starts.
At 9, yeah. I haven't done one of these before, so I mean, I did court for a long time, for 19 years, but I
Okay.
haven't done it.
All right. The next people who you're going to see are the lawyers who are participating in the hearing.
Great, thanks. Oh, you're admitting everyone. Perfect.
Good morning, Anna. This is Jeff Albright. Can you hear me okay, or do I need to mess with the volume here?
No, I hear you very well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So you did receive the link. I saw your message again this morning. The one you sent me earlier, I think a week ago.
Yeah, so I appreciate the follow-up on that. Thanks.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and mute for the time being here.
Sure.
All right. Good morning.
How are you, Anna?
I'm doing well, thank you. Good to see you. Mhm.
You too.
Thank you. You are mute. There you go.
Some people prefer it that way. That right?
It's funny.
Good morning,
What are
Madam
we
Hearing
doing on
Examiner.
Monday morning? Hi, Mr. Albright.
No, I was just shuffling papers and working through from 3 different screens, so I figured I would minimize the external noise, the ambient noise level.
Awesome. Anna, I got your email this morning that we don't have any public commenters, correct?
Correct. Let me double check again, see if I have any new messages.
Okay, very well. Hi, Miss Owell.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Thank you. Good.
How about yourself?
I'm okay for Monday morning.
Excellent. And if there's anything that you need or want to take a break,
Oh, sure. No, I'll be fine.
or can't hear anybody,
Sure, I'll be fine. Just if maybe they
Okay.
make an objection, if everyone doesn't fit on the screen, if they make an objection, maybe say who they are in case I don't see their picture. But
yeah,
so far, everyone.
they always need to say who they are before they talk
Oh.
in this particular format.
Yes.
And what I'm hoping is that we're going to be able to minimize the number of people that are actually on the screen. In this particular hearing, it may not be so bad. We have get my sheet here.
Yeah,
We have 11 parties.
right.
So as long as all of then we have a few, some parties have more than one attorney.
Right.
But I think if we have only the witness who's testifying on the screen, everybody else can listen through
Sure.
through YouTube. Then I think we should be okay with the number of faces.
Great.
I have some concern that my dogs may want to try to appear.
Oh, I love that though.
And they're hounds, so they could be really loud. So I've told them that their treats are on the line.
Great.
Should they act up? But
I get it. I know I closed my shutters in the front of the house. I closed my room door, office door. So hopefully mine are not too bad.
We already had an appearance from Anna's dog.
Oh, we did?
Oh, Dior.
Oh, did she?
Oh, I didn't see it. Darn.
Little healer or a...
Yeah, it's just a mix of, I don't know.
Mine's 57.
Well, we're going to start in not too soon. People can be thinking about whether or not they have any procedural matters that they need to talk about.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, this is Jeff Albright. I do have some procedural
Okay.
issues when we get to that point.
Okay, very well, sir. And just so we make sure we're on the up and up, Ms. Padilla, it is my understanding that PNM is going to pay the cost for expedited transcript in this case, correct?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Okay, I'm on airplane mode, even though I'm not in the airplane, which is a good
That's
thing.
a really good idea.
Okay, I do have, I'm gonna have, see, Make sure my notes have notes. Okay, I checked for that. And Miss, oh, well, you are here on behalf of Tejas?
Kendra Tejas, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I've been trying to set, my computer seems to always want to be 10 minutes fast. Let me check with my phone. Okay, my phone says it's 9 o'clock, so I think we can probably see if I can get everybody. Anna, have you already let everybody in?
I'm still unmuting some people. And I checked my email and I did not receive any requests for public comments.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Miss Anna, you still getting people in?
It looks like we have everybody.
Everybody? Anybody notice anybody's missing? No, we're not going to say. Okay. All right. Well, good morning.
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 My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I am the designated hearing examiner in our case number 20-00237. And this is in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of its 2022 through 2023 transportation electrification program. Today is the date, time, and place that I set forth in the procedural order and notice that was issued on February 5th, in this case, for a public hearing. And today I am joined by our court reporter, Ruth Elwell of Tejas Court Reporting. If anybody needs anything to do with the transcript, they will need to contact her directly. And I issued a pre-hearing memorandum order. And then I issued last week an order that sets forth our appearances. So why don't we go ahead and follow that by entering our appearances on the record, beginning with you, Ms. Padilla.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Leslie Padilla on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico. With me during the hearing will be our regulatory case manager, Brian Buffington, but he will likely just be monitoring the YouTube stream.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Mr. Albright.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Jeff Albright representing Bernalillo County in the proceeding. We don't have any witnesses, but pursuant to my memorandum, we do intend to conduct some cross-examination. I would ask procedurally a couple of things.
Okay, let's wait till we get all of our appearances on the record, sir.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Zer?
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Zer for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And I will have Max Baumhafner testifying today on behalf of CCAE.
Okay, very well. Thank you. And Ms. Beatles?
Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates, and also in attendance is our expert witness, Aaron Kressig. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, Ms. Gould, do I have you on the line? Does not look like it. New Mexico, we find, hold on one second. I sent an email pursuant to New Mexico area AREA who had filed a motion to be excused from the hearing in that they have no witness, no cross-examination, and we're asking to be excused. And I indicated in that email that unless circumstances changed, I would grant the motion to be excused from the hearing. Ms. Gould, and that's Kelly Gould, G-O-U-L-D, counsel for NM area, indicated that she understood that she would be bound to any dates that were set for any post-hearing writings. And unless I hear an objection, the motion was unopposed by the persons who had responded. And I don't hear or see any waving in the, if I can't hear you, wave at me. A big wave, I don't know, a queen wave. How's the queen wave? I don't know. Just let me know. Hey, Mr. Harris, I see you back there. So, okay. Therefore, New Mexico area's motion to be excused from the hearing is granted. Okay, Mr. Yar.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yar and my co-counsel, Scott Dunbar, we're here together on behalf of ChargePoint, Inc. We plan on introducing our witness when he's called, Justin Wilson.
Okay, very well, thank you. And Mr. Harris, are you appearing on behalf of Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority?
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
Okay, you want to state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, Dal Harris on behalf of the Water Authority.
And my understanding, Mr. Harris, is also that your client has no exhibits.
That is correct. That's
and
correct.
Are you also waving cross?
No.
Okay.
We do have some cross. It's not much.
Okay. I seem to. Was there something in the pre-hearing memo that indicated that you or Mr. Herman would like to be excused periodically when you don't have cross?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And that's fine. Okay. For any of the parties that have requested that, if you, it's not that we don't want you, obviously, we want you to participate. However, if if you have other things that are taking priority in your schedule, then obviously can't be here, you can't be here. Just understand if you're not here and your turn comes up, you lose your turn. Okay, so I'm not putting any placeholders in. You know, or if there's a big major decision like, oh, when are we going to file that pre-hearing writing, and you know your vacation was going to start that day, well, you kind of have waived that too if you don't if you're not there to make your case. So with that, like I say, the parties who have requested temporary absences, that's fine.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jeff Albright again from J. Albright Law LLC. I wanted to make the same request, given that I may need to be at the Wednesday open meeting that is scheduled this week, and also have one or two commitments in the case 20-00222-UT that may require my presence. So I would just again recognize that if I'm absent and a witness for whom I've scheduled cross-examination goes on, obviously I waive that and agree to abide by any decisions that are made by you, Madam Hearing Examiner, in my absence.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Albright. Our next intervener, according to my scheduled order, is the Attorney General of New Mexico. And do we have a representative from the Attorney General's office? Well, the only one I see potentially, Mr. Yar, if you wanted to go back to your prior employment, but I guess probably we can't do that. So let me just state in the order that I issued allowing late service by the city of Albuquerque, issued that order on Friday. And I did note in that order that all parties were required in my pre-hearing memorandum order to file pre-hearing memoranda in this case. And I noted in that order on Friday that the Attorney General did not do that. Therefore, since they have failed to comply with the commission's orders and have failed to appear here or have otherwise, I can tell you they haven't notified me and asked me to be excused. I haven't heard anybody pipe up and say, oh, excuse me, Madam Hearing Examiner, I know of an emergency. So I'm going to strike the Attorney General's intervention in this case. Okay, let's go on. And I believe Ms. Lynch, Prosperity Works.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner. My name is Kara Lynch, and I am representing Prosperity Works along with my co-counsel from Earth Justice, Sarah Gerson and Daniel France. We have one witness who will be testifying for Prosperity Works, and her name is Ona Porter.
Very well, thank you. Good morning. Let's go on. Ms. Yee for the city of Albuquerque.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner Hurst. Jane Yee on behalf of the city of Albuquerque. I have Dr. Larry Blank with me today virtually. He is monitoring as we all speak on the YouTube version of this event. I have a couple of procedural issues to clarify with you, Madam Hearing Examiner, when the time is right for that.
Okay, very well. And thank you, Ms. Yee. Good morning. And I think our 10th party. There you are, Mr. That's like my eyes were going up and down. Hello there, Mr. Badacco.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Hope I'm coming through loud and clear.
You are.
John Bagacco on behalf of the New Mexico Public Regulation Utility Division, and I will be presenting two witnesses in this case, Alicia Leyva Tercero and Georgette Ramey.
Very well. Okay, that sets forth our parties.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Joseph Yar, I apologize for interrupting. I took the time to reach out to the AG, and I have been notified that, first of all, he'd like to apologize for not being here. Gideon Elliott is going to be the attorney. He's also notified me that they do not plan on calling any witnesses, and that he asked to be excused for today's hearing due to childcare issues that came up, Your Honor.
Well, I appreciate the information, Mr. Yar. Attorney General's intervention's been stricken in this case, so don't need any information. But thank you.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, before we get to the procedural issues that Mr. Albright and Ms. Yee said that they have, I think I know pretty much everyone, but just to sort of set the stage for our hearing. As I've indicated before we began our hearing, just so that our faces are more easily manageable, what I would prefer is that we have counsel for the parties on the Zoom and the witness that's testifying. And then all the other witnesses, I would prefer, or representatives, I would prefer that they listen on the YouTube, which everyone, Anna, yes, we are. Anna's taking care of that for us. We are live on the YouTube, and understand that the YouTube is live throughout the day on the hearing. So just letting people know that when we have a break, if you have your camera on and you have your sound on, you're the star of the YouTube for the break and or for the luncheon hour. So, okay, on the YouTube. I also just wanted to make sure, since I went back and I did not see it in any of the procedural orders that I had, just want to make sure that those exhibits that you sent to me and the other parties are the version that you're going to introduce. So for example, I can tell you, having reviewed P&M's testimony exhibits, while they gave a list of corrections they'll be making, they of course already went ahead and put those corrections in the exhibit that they intend to offer into evidence in this case. Hope you all did it that way, because that's the correct way. If you didn't do it that way, well, then you're gonna have to hustle, and before you offer that exhibit, you're gonna have to make sure that I and everyone else have that exhibit. Okay, so that's with exhibits. Someone suggested to me I just run down. Generally, what happens in the hearings is we have one recess in the morning and one in the afternoon. It's usually for 10 or 15 minutes. It's a chance for everybody to get up and have a break. No participatory athletic movement is required. And we usually have lunch for an hour or hour and 15 minutes. We'll try to, out of respect for a court reporter, we will try to end our hearing as close to 5 o'clock as we can, and then resume again tomorrow. It looks like that based upon what's been presented so far, we've got 10 witnesses. I've reserved 4 days based upon the party's cross-examination and any questions that I may have. My hope is that we'll complete the hearing in 3, but we will see. I'm gonna hold you to what you have proposed in your pre-hearing memos as far as your cross-examination time. Although don't feel compelled. If you said you needed 50 minutes and you've spent your weekend looking at it and you thought, I just really need 15. That's fine. But I'm going to hold you as close with the understanding that if there are any questions concerning the responses to Commissioner Maestas' bench request, then I will allow questions on those. Kind of tricky in that, if I can recall, 2 of them did have the affidavits of the respondent, and I believe staff's response was more in the nature of a legal response as opposed to an evidentiary response. And I'm not going to let you question Mr. Bagatko, because we can't pay him to be the attorney and the witness too. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say about a proceeding. If anyone has questions about the proceeding, obviously ask me. And so with that, Mr. Albright, you had some procedural issues?
Madam Hearing Examiner, they may be some of the same ones that Ms. Yee was going to ask. With the admission of with Dr. Larry Blank, I was just wondering, I believe there were some time constraints or availability constraints for his appearance. So that had been brought to our attention early on. And if Ms. Yee is going to address that, that was the only procedural question that I had with regard to where he was going to fit into the schedule.
Okay, that was your only question, sir?
That was my only question, yes.
Okay, very well. Okay, Ms. Yee, your procedural issues?
Yes, good morning again, Madam Hearing Examiner Hurst. So first of all, I'd like to apologize again for all the mishaps with the filing of the pre-hearing memo and also the testimony, as it turns out. I wanted to make it clear to you that my apology on Friday was from me, and that was another sequential mishap because I couldn't get my email to work on Friday. So that apology was from me, not the paralegal. The paralegal is very excellent. And of course, those kinds of things that happen, even those things happen, they are my responsibility, and I apologize again. So now,
very well.
And thank you for letting me participate. I'm very happy. City of Albuquerque is very happy to be here. Now on to the procedural matter. Since I messed up on the pre-hearing memo, you did not indicate where our witness, Larry Blank, will be appearing. I believe that PNM adopted an approach whereby the witnesses are appearing in the order in which they filed their testimony. And so Dr. Blank would go first based on that. Second, actually, after PNM. So, and actually, Larry Blank does not have any scheduling issues right now, and he could go I think that, for what it's worth, and I don't want to impose on the tribunal, but his preference, the sooner the better. So he is available today and also tomorrow morning. So what is your pleasure,
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Well, Ms. Yee, you have, you've contacted all the parties and basically I gave the parties the order of cross-examination and the order of witnesses that I felt was appropriate. And since your status was unknown, since I didn't have the pre-hearing memo, you are correct. I did not include you. What my thought was that since I didn't receive the memo timely, I was going to put you at the end before staff. However, if you all have agreed and no one has an objection, and Dr. Blank is available to go after the conclusion of the 3 P&M witnesses, that would be acceptable to me. So parties can let me know if anyone has any objection to that proposed order.
This is the county, Madam Hearing Examiner. We have no objection to that.
Okay. And parties, you can just tell me if you do have an objection. And I'm not seeing anybody waving or anything like that. Okay, Ms. Yee, Dr. Blank, have him available then after with the conclusion of the 3 P&M witnesses.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner. And the other
Very
issue
well.
has 2. The second one is on the order of cross-examination. I believe that the method of ordering the cross was by going by the order of intervention. And I believe that the city of Albuquerque was probably last in that sequence. Of course, PRC staff always actually goes last, right? And so
Correct.
I would go, I, on behalf of the city of Albuquerque, would cross-examine if I have any before staff. And that I put that out to you,
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Examiner, for your decision on that.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. You'll go after Prosperity Works and before staff. Very well.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any, Ms. Beatles?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I am looking at P&M's response to your bench request order that was issued on May 14th. Their response was filed May 20th, and there is some, the responses are evidentiary, not just legal, and I would just like to know which witnesses, if we had questions, to which witness should we direct those?
And not to be too picky, but it's Commissioner Maestas' bench request.
Okay.
Not mine. But with that, Ms. Padilla, there was an affidavit attached to that response, correct?
There
Or
was,
not
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Actually, some people are calling affidavit affirmation verification, but which of your witnesses would be available to respond?
Alaric Babe provided the affirmation, and he will be our P&M's second witness called. And so any questions about the responses to Commissioner Maestas' bench request would properly be directed to Mr. Babe.
Thank you. Does that answer Ms. Beatles? Correct?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I had made a 2-sided copy and missed that affidavit. So I apologize, but thanks for the corroboration, Ms. Padilla.
And it's also my understanding that there was a joint response that included you, Ms. Beatles?
Yes.
And it was CCAE, WRA, Prosperity Works.
That's correct.
Is there anybody else that joined in on that? No.
No.
Okay, and who will be your witness?
So the witness for CCAE signed off on that, of course. There's a verification. However, Aaron Krusig for WRA would be happy to respond to matters contained in that as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zer, what? Your witness signed off on the verification?
That's correct. Max Hefner can testify as to the contents of the response to the bench request.
Okay.
And Madam Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Gerson?
this is Sarah Gerson for Prosperity Works.
Uh-huh.
I also wanted to clarify that Prosperity Works joined that bench request response in the nature of I think you referred to staff's responses in the nature of a legal filing showing Prosperity Works' support for the contents of that. Ms. Porter did not sign an affidavit to support those responses. And so I wanted to clarify that questions about that content would probably best be directed at Mr. Baumhafner.
Okay, very well. Okay, do we have any other procedural issues that we need to take care of? I have one more thing. That I want to ask about before we begin the evidentiary portion of our case. Ms. Padilla, in reviewing the application that P&M filed in this case, and I am referring to the application. In page 2 of your application, you have items 1 through 9. And those are the requests, according to your pleading, that P&M is asking the commission to approve, correct?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And the very first thing is P&M's Transportation Electrification Program, which we'll be referring to as a TEP for 2022 and 23, correct?
Yes.
And I know there have been some tariff filings that P&M has also filed in this case for the commission to approve, correct?
Yes, that's right. I believe there are 3 tariffs that we're seeking approval for.
And is the entirety of what the commission could consider to be P&M's TEP contained in those 3 tariffs?
I don't think so, Madam Hearing Examiner. 2 of the tariffs relate to the rate proposals that P&M is making in this case. The 3rd is the approval of the TEP rider, which is P&M's cost recovery mechanism. But I don't think approval of the tariffs themselves would constitute the needed commission approval for our program. I think that's the way I would think about it.
Okay. Is there a document or documents that sets forth what you would consider to be P&M's TEP?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the application itself, I believe, adequately describes the elements of PNM's program, our budget proposal, and the three tariffs, the 2 rates and the rider. So I think the application itself is that document. Of course, the application itself also references the testimony, the direct testimony at least, that supports our application. Of course, as we go through the hearing this week, some of the requests that we've made in our application, we've modified those in response to some of the other parties' testimony as reflected in our rebuttal testimony. So it's kind of that is our application as a whole, both what's in the application and then what has been and will be set forth in the testimony. Madam Hearing Examiner, if I could, I think it's fairly similar to the investor-owned utilities initial energy efficiency programs, where the programs were laid out in applications very similar to what we've made here for this transportation electrification program. But happy to.
And I'm just, and that's fine. And Ms. Padilla, I'm just, for the record, I'm just trying to get some clarification as to whether there is a specific document or combination of documents or a combination of documents with proposed tariffs that, for example, if a commissioner asked me, where is the document that sets forth this program from PNM, that I could refer either a commissioner or a person from the public to say, oh, go look at, proposed tariff X, or go look at PNM Exhibit Z, and that's going to set forth what the specifics are of PNM's program.
Okay.
And the answer is no, right? There's not a specific document or a combination of documents that sets forth your program in its entirety.
Well, again, Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe the application does that. It outlines the program elements, our proposed budget. It includes the three tariffs that we're seeking approval of. Now, that has been filed in this case. Obviously, it is not an exhibit. Does that go to your concern? The fact that it is not an exhibit in our case today?
No. Again, okay. I'm trying just to clarify the record, Ms. Padilla, of if there is a specific document that people can be referred to as the PNM plan. The answer is no, right?
Well, Madam Hearing Examiner, attached to Mr. Babe's direct testimony is a document entitled PNM Transportation Electrification Program. That's PNM Exhibit AJB2.
Yes.
That outlines, all of the elements of the program, including the rate elements.
Okay. So then, would you say that document is PNM's TEP?
I would. I'm hesitating a little bit because the TEP that is a complete description of the program as PNM would like to roll it out. What that does not include, though, are the specific tariffs. Those are in the application.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I just would like to point out that PNM's witness also accepted some of the recommendations or agreed to some of the recommendations made by other parties.
Right, and that's the next question.
Okay.
Just that, yep. Thank you, Ms. Beals. So if I took AJB2 and added the tariffs, then I'd have a complete outlook for PNM's TEP as filed.
As filed, yes, you would, because the TEP that's outlined in PNM Exhibit AJB2 includes all of program elements, our proposed budget, and then with the tariffs, as PNM filed them, I believe that would be a full set of PNM's transportation electrification program proposal in this case. Of course, as Ms. Beatles pointed out, it's, you know, as potentially modified by parties through the hearing, through the filing of testimony.
Right, and so that's ultimately where I'm going here is, did PNM file a revised document similar to AJB2 that showed the modifications?
No, we did not file a modified program. It's fully spelled out in our rebuttal. Of course, those are just our rebuttal positions. So whether that will be, I think it's still what the final program approval is still open. But no, we did not. Our program is modified as reflected in our rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Did you file a modified budget?
Mr. Babe describes that in his rebuttal testimony.
Okay, but you've told me that your plan includes the elements of the plan, the budget for the plan. So have you filed a modified budget?
Again, Madam Hearing Examiner, only to the extent that it's included in Mr. Babe's testimony has PNM filed a modified budget.
Okay, has PNM filed any modified tariffs that might be modified as a consequence of its rebuttal positions?
No, we have not. We're prepared to do that this week if that would be of assistance.
Well, just want to try to clarify exactly what's on the table that parties have agreed to, and what the commission is looking at. And if you started here and now you're here, then I need to know what I'm supposed to be looking at to consider to recommend to the commission. So I thank you.
Understood, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I thank you, Ms. Padilla. With that, I think if we don't have any other procedural items, we can go ahead, and I would like to indicate, other than welcoming everybody, to welcome YouTube people, and just let the record reflect that I did require publication of the notice in the case in every county in which PNM serves by the 17th of February. That was required in the procedure order that was issued February 5th. PNM filed its affirmation that it did in fact comply with that, publishing in the Albuquerque Journal, the Alamogordo Daily News, Las Cruces Sun News and the Union County Leader, all before the operative date. And that was filed by P&M in its affirmation February 25th. Additionally, P&M indicated that it did post as required the notice in this case online on February 8th. Individual notice was required in this case by March 19th. P&M filed an affirmation on March 23rd that it had complied and had provided paper or electronic notice individually, and that had been completed by the 13th of March. As Ms. Kippenbrock indicated to me earlier, she was the noticed person to have people contact to give public comment in this case, and no one contacted her to give any public comment. There were 3 written public comments that were filed in the case, 2 of which came to me, and I did notice of filings. The first comment was on March 1st by a Mr. K. Rose, and the nature of his comment was that he opposes the electrification program. The second comment that I received was from April 7th, and this comment was from Suzanne, Suzanne, and her last name is Fuqua. And she indicated that she is also opposed to the program. On April 28th, a comment was filed by the Edison Electric Institute, signed by a Philip Moeller, M-O-E-L-L-E-R, who is the Executive Vice President of the Business Operations Group for Edison Electric Institute, which indicates it is an association of all of the U.S. investor-owned electric companies, and the nature of the comment was it supported P&M's TEP. Those were all 3 of the written public comments in this case. And I believe with that, we can go ahead now and begin the evidentiary portion of our hearing. Ms. Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I actually have one more thing. Just to make sure that everybody is in agreement, and I think I would have heard if you weren't, but just for the record, is there any objection to the court reporter swearing the witness via Zoom in this proceeding? And that would be all the witnesses. Okay. Doesn't look like anybody has any objection. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
All right. Madam Hearing Examiner, when I was making my appearance, I failed to explain who the 3 witnesses for P&M who will be appearing this week. They are Julie Rowie, Alaric Babe, and Dr. Heidi Pitts. Mr. Babe and Dr. Pitts will be monitoring via the YouTube live stream, so we'll join when they're called. So P&M would first like to call Julie Rowie.
Good morning, Ms. Rowie.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Elwell, would you swear the witness, please?
Sure.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I apologize. I believe I mispronounced Ms. Rowe's name. It's Julie Rowe.
Rowie.
Okay.
All righty, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Rowe.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and your position at PNM for the record?
My name is Julie Rowe, and I am the Vice President and Chief Customer Officer for PNM Resources.
Okay. And do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that, please, for the record?
Is that the direct testimony of my direct testimony? Yes, this is direct testimony of Julie Rowe.
And that's dated December 18th, 2020, correct?
That is correct.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make at this time?
I made 2 corrections, one on page 11 in line 2, where I added the word driving an EV, driving before NAV. And then I also made a second correction in my supplemental on page 3, line 5, to correct TEP statute to
Whoa, wait a
TE
second.
statute.
Are we finished with the corrections for the direct testimony?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that was the only correction for the direct testimony.
Okay.
And I think
Ms.
we've
Padilla?
lost your video. No, what have we're seeing Ms. Hurst's screen.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Hold on, Mr. I gotta get back to where I was. Why? There we go. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Albright, hang on. Yes, sir.
Yes, on the first correction, I looked at the testimony and I looked at the corrections. And not to put too much emphasis on this, but I have a wager with my wife as to where the driving correction is made in that line, whether it's, well, where it's made in that line. So is it made before the transportation sector or is it made elsewhere?
Oh, good point. It is made before, after the United States, comma, driving and EV. So driving is inserted.
All right.
Before the AN?
Before the AN, correct.
Okay.
Thank you. That just cost me a dinner with for my wife there. So I thought
I apologize
it was
for that.
the transportation sector, but thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay. And that's the only correction, Ms. Roy, that you have for that document?
For the direct testimony, correct.
Okay, Ms. Padilla?
Ms. Rowe, you also stated a correction for your supplemental testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you just repeat that for everyone's convenience?
Certainly. It's on page 3, line 5, and I've modified what was TEP statute to TE statute with a T.
All right. With those corrections, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves exhibit PNM Exhibit 1. I will later move to the supplemental testimony PNM Exhibit 2.
Okay. That's kind of why I wanted to do them one at a time, but Ms. Roy, just so I'm not in a state of confusion, the direct testimony, PNM Exhibit 1, do you have any attachments to that testimony?
I did not.
Cool. Very well. And the testimony is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
As you've corrected it here today?
Correct.
Okay. And if you were asked the questions, you'd answer them the same?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 1, Ms. Roy's direct testimony? Seeing nor hearing, Mr. Albright.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, just a question with regard to the exhibits. It has PNM Exhibit JR-1, page 1 of 3, which is the biography. Is that being considered as an attachment or just part of the testimony, since it's only 3 pages listed there?
Mr. Albright, that's an exhibit to Ms. Rowe's testimony.
All right, that was the only exhibit I had, so I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and she just said she didn't have any, but obviously she does have one. So
Yeah, I apologize for that.
With that clarification, any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 1? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Padilla.
Ms. Roy, do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 2 before you?
Yes, I do.
And could you please identify that document for the record?
It is the supplemental testimony of Julie Rowe, dated March 11th, 2021.
Okay. And did you prepare that, or was it prepared under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And although we already discussed the change, the correction that you made, just for the purpose of clarity of the record, could you state that correction again, please? For the third time, so sorry.
It's on page 3, line 5, and I amended the phrase TEP statute to TE statute with a T.
And with that correction, is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves PNM Exhibit 2.
Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 2? Ms. Rowe's supplemental testimony. Hearing no objection, PNM 2 is admitted. Ms. Padilla.
PNM makes Ms. Rowe available for questioning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Mr. Albright, you have questions for Ms. Rowe.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have some questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Again, Ms. Rowe, my name's Jeff Albright. I'm the sole practitioner of J. Albright Law, LLC, and I'm here today on behalf of Bernalillo County. So I do have some questions. It's the first time that we've engaged in a hearing before the commission. If there's any time when I ask a question you aren't sure what I've asked or it needs clarification, please just ask me to clarify. I'll be happy to do that. Also, a bad habit that I have is that I sometimes ask compound questions. And if I do, I'll try to break them down for you. If I need to ask it a different way or in a simple manner, please let me know so we don't get a convoluted record and make it more difficult on the court reporter, Ms. Elwell. Okay, so with that, I would like to turn first to your exhibit that was attached to the direct testimony. Just a couple of preliminary questions there. In this, I'm referring to PNM Exhibit JR-1, your resume, if you like, your experience. And I was just curious on a couple of items. You talked that you're an award-winning, results-driven executive. So what awards did you win? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, in my past, I've been in advertising. So I've won multiple advertising awards, most specifically in Southern California. I've also won several utility industry awards while I was at Southern California Edison.
Okay. The other question I had concerning it there, it mentioned that you had experience, you've been from East Coast to West Coast. It looks like you've been from Maine to California.
That's correct.
So my question was, in Maine, did you work for an electric company or gas company or any utility in Maine?
I worked for Summit Utilities, which had a operating company in Maine. It's a natural gas operating utility.
Were they an affiliate or subsidiary or associated with Avangrid by any chance?
No, not at all.
Okay, just curious.
No, it's not. I'm familiar with Central Maine Power, but no, it's not affiliated.
Okay. All right. So with regard to your direct testimony, if you would turn to page 1, please.
Yes.
Okay, on line 12, and this talks about your experience as PNM's executive director. You state that I implemented a customer marketing vision along with supporting initiatives. What is it? What do you mean by a customer marketing vision?
An overarching vision for what our objectives were in terms of serving the customer. In this case specifically, it was our commercial customer segments.
Commercial only.
Well, when I came into PNM, that was my initial role, was with regard to commercial customers. However, I also oversaw the energy efficiency mass market program as well for all customer classes.
Thank you for that. And would you turn to page 3, please?
Yes.
Okay, in the opening lines there, lines 1 through 4, you mentioned House Bill 521. Did you or PNM assist in the drafting of House Bill 521?
I did not, and I don't have any knowledge of whether other PNM representatives did.
Who would have that information? Who would know whether there were participants in the drafting of House Bill 521 at PNM?
Probably it would be in our public policy division under Ron Darnell.
Okay, so no one who is testifying today would have the answer to that?
Not to my knowledge.
Also on that page beginning at line 16, going through line 19, talk about the sufficient time for customer outreach programs, vetting third-party administrators when needed, and hiring internal employees. Do you see that language?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what what are the needs? I mean, I've read the breakdown, but what are the needs for the hiring of additional internal employees to manage this program?
Well, to manage the overall design and implementation of the program, as well as the measurement and evaluation, reporting on the KPIs, and also to administer the incentives and the rebates that are outlined in the program.
Ms. Roy, for clarification of the record, can you define what a KPI is, please?
Key performance indicators.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
And also on that page, actually earlier there, in lines 8 through 10, why through a tariff rider as opposed to being part of a rate proceeding?
Because, well, we felt this was similar to the energy efficiency rate rider, but I will defer to our witness, Dr. Heidi Pitts, who can speak to our recovery mechanism more thoroughly than I can.
So were you not involved in the decision-making related to making it a rider? Or let me rephrase the question just to be clear. Were you involved in the decision-making process to make it a tariff rider as opposed to part of a rate proceeding?
I was part of the discussion, but I was not the decision maker.
And who was the decision maker?
It was primarily driven by our public policy and regulatory teams.
And did that include Ms. Pitts?
Correct. She's in that division.
Okay, thank you. So that question may be better directed toward her, correct?
Yes.
Would you turn to page 4, please?
Yes.
And there in general, with regard to the legislative overview and requirements, and it goes on to page 5 as well. What coordination did PNM take with regard to involving other IOUs in coming up with your program?
Are you specifically referring to other IOUs in the state of New Mexico?
Yes.
Statewide IOUs?
Yes.
Alaric Babe led our coordination efforts with the other IOUs, so he would probably be better positioned to respond to that specific question.
Did you have any coordination or involvement with other IOUs in New Mexico?
I did not directly, but as I said, Alaric Babe had extensive coordination and discussions with the other IOU representatives.
And when you say you didn't have it directly, that implies that you had it indirectly. So what?
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, I was involved. I was present at at least 2 meetings with the other IOUs.
And other IOUs being SPS and EPE or?
Correct.
Okay. And what about the non-IOUs? Was there any discussion that you're aware of that occurred with the, say, the electric cooperatives?
I couldn't speak to that. Again, that would be Alaric Babe. I'm not sure.
In your testimony, kind of page 5, lines roughly 8 through 10.
Yes.
Point out that under the TE statute, utilities have the option of recovering reasonable costs of the programs through a commission-approved tariff rider, base rates, or both. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is it Mr. Bobby who, or another group or groups of people that decided that it should be in the form of tariffs as opposed to base rates?
That would be not Mr. Bobby, but Dr. Heidi Pitts, our witness for recovery and pricing.
Eventually I'll get this sorted out in my mind, so I apologize for any repetition there. Would you turn to page 7, please?
Yes.
Okay, there you speak of on lines 6 through 9 about a presented to the commission by parties who commissioned a study by M.G. Bradley and Associates. Do you see that language?
Yes, I do.
Was P&M one of the parties who commissioned the study by M.J. Bradley and Associates, or were these other people that made that study?
P&M was not party to commissioning that study, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you know who was?
I do not.
Well, I mean, you cited the study in your testimony. It wasn't important to you to know who commissioned the study?
Well, my understanding.
Before you actually relied on it enough to put it in your testimony?
It was, my understanding was it was commissioned by the PRC. So we used it as a third-party validation.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And would you turn to page 8, please?
Yes.
Okay, and from lines 5 through 12, you discuss pilot rate designs. Time of use rates are key to successful fulfilling the tenet of the TE statute because they present price signals, give customers the information they need to shift their EV charging load off peak. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, so a general question in the construct of this, and later on you have some specific times down at lines 14 through 17 with regard to shifting the household energy usage. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
So with the move toward more solar and more wind, how do these hours of time of use from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. support that shift in energy use to wind and solar? Since wind is usually lower at night, and also solar would depend upon battery storage.
Well, these are the hours where the system is the least utilized. And the experience with other utilities that have, greater adoption of electric vehicles shows that it changes the load curve dramatically when you start getting EVs on the system. So these are most underutilized. So it's not specific to when wind or solar is at its peak production. It's when the system itself is the most underutilized.
That's based upon current production of energy, correct? And by that, I mean, right now, we aren't at 100%, the goal of 100% energy. That's one of the arguments that's being made for all of these different transitions. If we're dependent primarily on solar and wind and not either 114 megawatts of Palo Verde as baseload or coal generation or gas generation.
Is there a question in there, Mr. Albright?
I'm getting to it, Madam Hearing Examiner. Then how would these times, time of use be impacted by that shift?
Dr. Pitts is the expert here. However, there is another provision in the pricing for commercial charging. This is for the one you are referring to, the peak time, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. That is for the whole EV rate, largely for residential charging. There's another provision for commercial charging that does refer to when peak to utilize charging during those peak production windows when renewables are at wind and solar specifically are at their height. But for the whole EV whole home rate, that is to utilize the system when the system's at the lowest to prevent overloading the system when everybody, for instance, when residential customers come home and plug in.
All right. I'm not sure you've answered the question precisely, but I'll move on.
Well, no, I don't want to move on because I don't understand the testimony. I mean, your testimony in response to Mr. Albright's question was that the time frame wasn't necessary to utilize renewable resources, but was geared toward utilizing the system when it was at its lowest usage, correct?
Correct. Well, to avoid the peak hours.
Okay. But your testimony on page 9 at lines 1 through 3 says, this approach allows for lower cost charging during times of plentiful solar and wind generation, right?
Correct.
That's it. So to me, your testimony is saying that avoiding charging during 5 p.m. through 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. through 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. through 8 p.m. that all other times of charging, solar renewables are plentiful. Is that what you're testifying?
This is referring, the testimony, I can see where it is confusing. The first part of the testimony on the rate, 14 through 17, refers to the residential whole home EV charging rate, which is meant to shift usage from the peak of 5 to 10. The second rate, which is the non-residential charging, which has different periods, is to encourage charging during those times of peak solar and wind generation. So the second piece, the second rate for commercial is for the is during those peak periods. And again, I'm going to refer to our expert, who's Dr. Pitts, who can talk more in detail about how the rate was designed.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that, but it's your testimony. Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, if you put it in your testimony, then you should be able to explain it, shouldn't you?
Well, I'm attempting to explain it. The second rate for commercial customers. So those are for specific commercial customers. That is to have charging that have and operate charging stations. those rates would be incentivized during those periods of peak renewable wind and solar production.
Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Whereas
Oh,
the whole
I'm sorry.
hope, I'm sorry, whereas the initial rate for residential customers is to incentivize charging during non-peak periods. So there are two different rate structures.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, Ms. Roy. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
And I had a question on the inconsistency there. What I saw is an inconsistency with the wind and solar generation, but I think we just covered that.
Okay.
Well, Madam Hearing Examiner, I want to object to, I think Ms. Rowe cleared up any inconsistency that Mr. Albright might have understood, but it is, Ms. Rowe's testimony is not that Ms. Rowe, clarified that there is no inconsistency.
Okay, her testimony is what it is, and Mr. Albright can argue legally what he thinks it is. Go ahead, Mr. Albright. You got 14 minutes.
Thank you. Also on page 9, where you talk about smart charging at lines 6 and 7, do you see that can be programmed for specific charging times?
Yes.
Is that done by the customer, or is that done? Would that be done by P&M or by the metering? How is that done? The smart chargers.
It is done by the device with the customer specifically, so they have control.
On the customer side prior to the meter.
That is correct in our initial program.
Okay. And you mentioned down in lines 12 and 13 that there's little consolidation in the industry for best practices, and it would be administratively burdensome and costly at this time with regard to a managed charging program. So my question is, are you saying that it's just left up to the individual customer to do that?
In our initial filing, however, we're advocating, or we're requiring for the customer to be eligible for the incentive to have a smart charger. So in the event that we do have managed charging in a subsequent application, that the equipment would be compliant with that. But in our initial application, it is the control is in the customer's hands.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to page 10, please.
Yes.
From lines 7 through 14, you talk about the 4 different the effect of low and moderate income customers in 4 ways. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you discussed that you recommend that 25% of the total TEP budget be used to promote equity by engaging LMI customers. What do you mean by promote equity by engaging LMI customers?
To ensure that they have the opportunity, the ample opportunity to participate in the various aspects of the program.
But there's a very specific limit that's being placed on the number of people who can sign up, correct?
Correct.
And why is that?
For the limit?
Yes.
Or the participation among LMI customers?
Well, I have questions on both, but let's go with regard to the limit first.
We felt that was reasonable and prudent for our first application to balance the overall cost of the program and ratepayer impact. We also considered the rate of current transportation electrification or electric vehicle penetration within our service territory, determining where we are today and what we could reasonably expect in the next few years in terms of encouraging that growth. And those were some of the key considerations in coming up with those volumes, which we feel are reasonable for the first 2 years of our program.
Between the administrative costs and the outreach and so forth, it looks like that's almost not quite, but almost 30% of your entire budget. Why is that so high? Out of the 8.3 million, is it?
I think it's approximately 8.5 million. You mean the administrative component of the budget?
Administrative component, and yes, and then the other costs that are afforded, it's right around 27-28%, I think. So why is it so high?
I am going to defer that to Alaric Babe, who is our expert, our witness on the program budgets.
Okay, I'll make note of that. So with regard to individuals who would install this equipment, if a person had rooftop solar, would they be able to take advantage of rooftop solar with this system?
I would defer to Alaric Babe on that. I believe so, but I would need to confirm that.
And the other issue is with the installation of these EVs, not the EVs, the electric vehicles, but with the charging systems and so forth, has P&M looked as to whether or not people will be able to interconnect, or if there's going to be interconnection upgrades required for people to do this, particularly in the LMI areas?
I'm not aware that there are interconnection challenges with it. It does require generally a hiring licensed electric contractor. We have proposed additional incentive amounts for the LMI segment to cover all portions, if not all, of the installation cost to help offset that.
You turn to page 14, please.
Yes.
Okay, and at line 20, you referred to benchmarking against other utility EV programs. What do you mean by that?
Well, we're, in New Mexico, we're in early stages relative to many other states that are much further along in terms of their programs. So we did extensive benchmarking and research into the successful utility programs across the country that are in the market and have been implemented.
And which states would those be, Ms. Roy?
Well, I'm going to again refer to Alaric Babe, but I do know that we spent quite a bit of time on California programs. We also benchmarked with Austin Utilities, or Austin Electric, I believe, who has a very successful program in Texas. but there were just multiple programs. We did a wide scan of all of the utilities in the states.
And how did you determine what did P&M consider to be successful programs?
That had a high customer adoption rate and high customer participation rate. Also programs that were seeking to achieve what we are with our program in terms of shifting usage to off-peak times to incentivize customers charging off-peak. That was a key component that we were looking for in other programs.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Rowe, you also on page 15 talk about this budget is for the first 2 years of the P&M TEP. Do you recall that? Or do you
Yes,
see
I
that?
do.
Okay, since as you just stated, you're just beginning in the early stages of this, wouldn't it be more prudent to have a budget for 1 year, identify what issues are involved and where to maximize the resources, rather than asking for a 2-year budget?
Well, certainly we'll have important data and analysis and learnings from our first year, but we believe 2 years is required to get a full complement of data from the customers. There will be a ramp up period when the program is launched in year 1 that will likely be at least 6 months to a year, just ensuring that customers are aware and start to participate. So we feel strongly that we need at least those 24 months to accommodate the launch of the program and to get the full, to get adequate data. Excuse me.
The discretion under the statute, however, allows for the commission to designate a timeframe and the recurrence of applications under the program, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I believe the statute, though, does dictate that the utilities can apply every 2 years.
Can apply, but it's discretionary for the commission, correct, as to when those are done?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Would you turn to, I don't have much time remaining, I believe, but if you turn to your supplemental testimony, please.
Yes.
On page 2, lines 10 through 13, state that the TEPs are designed to meet the needs of the service areas for each IOU and take into account the diverse customers, adoption rates, and other realities of transportation electrification at this juncture for each utility. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there you state at line 15, although you refer to Mr. Babe's testimony, that it incorporates over a year of stakeholder feedback. And those stakeholders are, were you involved in those stakeholder discussions? Maybe I asked that before.
Yeah, and more, I think you asked it specific to the other IOUs and utilities in the state. I was present at those meetings. Alaric Babe led them and led most of those discussions. I was privy to them because I was present, and I received report outs of that. And I think that occurred over several months.
Was there a reason that Albuquerque, or I'm sorry, is the reason that Bernalillo County was not included as one of those stakeholders meetings?
Not to my knowledge. Again, Alaric could speak to that.
Are you aware that Bernalillo County was not?
I am not aware of that.
Not aware of that. So what happens, referencing at page 3 in your testimony, what happens to those areas that are not served by IOUs?
Well, I can really only speak to our service territory. I would hope that other statewide proceedings could adequately address that, but I can only really speak to our own service territory.
And so you're speaking only with respect to what's in the best interest of PNM, not necessarily recognizing that the other IOUs could come up with different programs.
Objection. Mr. Albright misstates Ms. Rowe's testimony.
Mr. Albright.
No, I'll simply, I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Do you think that there's potential for other IOUs to come up with different process and procedures than what PNM came up with?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that's good for New Mexico?
To the extent that it serves, I know what serves our customers and our service territory. And each of our service territories are different and have distinct characteristics.
So how is PNM going to identify the LMI neighborhoods that need it the most?
Alaric Babe has a methodology that he can testify to that he's utilized.
And your outreach as a consumer, as a customer, in your function as a customer liaison, will follow his analysis?
Yes, and best practices and tools that are available to best identify the LMI neighborhoods.
On your testimony at page 4, lines 10 to 12, you say PNM is not able to report the percentage of its residential customers that are low-income customers because PNM does not ask for or maintain income information from customers. Did I quote that directly or correctly?
That is correct.
So is it just that you don't have that information or the PNM does not have that information?
PNM does not collect that information. We would rely on census data and other sources of information.
Wasn't there a response that had like LIHEAP numbers?
Yes, and that is in that we do collect information of customers who apply for LIHEAP. So we can speak to that specifically, but I believe the question was about low income overall.
And
yes,
the
I mean, you do have.
Hang on, wait. And the distinction, Ms. Rowe, between customer eligible for LIHEAP and what's considered a lower income question or customer, the two standards are not synonymous?
They are not, because the LIHEAP designation are customers who have actively applied for LIHEAP. So the entire population of the low income customers that are eligible for LIHEAP may not have applied for LIHEAP. So these are customers,
Okay.
the specific percentages are those customers that have actively applied for LIHEAP.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Mr. Albright.
Well, that goes to the question I had on page 4 of your supplemental testimony. You have that this constitutes 5.4% of all PNM residential customers. And I think you may have just answered it, that you don't know how that compares to the LMI number of customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
I have no further questions, and thank you, Ms. Rowe.
Thank you. I think at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back. And I believe Ms. Zur has questions for Ms. Rowe. So beginning now, 10 minutes. What you doing, buddy? Are you on the outside looking in? Okay, anybody want to go outside? Huh? Okay, we're on a break.
Madam
Go
Hearing
outside
Examiner?
for a few minutes.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
You want to play? Okay, you want to go out? No, nobody's getting anything. No one gets anything right now. Okay. Okay, you want to come out? Go to the bathroom. Come on, Mama's on a 10-minute recess. Come on. Well, you didn't have to go out. You didn't want to. I just thought you maybe want to go run around. All right. Come on back in here. Come on. Oh, now you don't want that. You're a silly dog. There's no food, Jake. Okay? No food. Do you want to come in or not? Come on. Come on. Come on. I thought you would want to go run around. Hey. Hi. Oh, you can hear me now still? Well, it's because I'm real talking. I thought. My headphones are on mute, so I don't know what the deal is, but it's not mute. But good thing you told me that. Come on outside, Jake. They want you. You got the so conditioned. Yeah. Well, like I said, I thought I had it muted. That you're just saying that right now on the YouTube. Hang on.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I ask a question before we go back on the record?
Sure.
So
Not
I
on the
think
record yet. Go ahead.
Prosperity Works did not request any time to cross Ms. Rowe. But I was wondering if you might be willing to entertain a late request for up to 5 minutes to follow up on a topic that came up for the first time on cross-examination by the county.
Okay, Ms. Padilla, you want to?
Could
not
you
on the record?
Yeah,
We're
could you
not on the
explain
record
what?
yet.
Yeah, could
Go
you
ahead.
explain what that topic is?
The different thresholds for defining what it means to be low income under the governing statute here, HB 521 versus LIHEAP eligibility.
I think that question would be, I think that could be raised with Mr. Bobby. You've reserved time with him, correct?
Yeah, and if that's something that Mr. Bobby can cover, then that's fine too.
Yeah, that's what P&M would prefer.
Okay, thank you.
You think he can answer that, Ms. Padilla?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Does that suit you then?
Yes, Hearing Examiner Hurst, and thank you for walking us through this.
Your Honor, before we get started, I had reserved 15 minutes for this witness, and could I just give Ms. Gerson 5 minutes of my time, and I'd be willing to waive the rest?
Nope.
Okay.
No, that's nice, but no, we're not going to be trading times. But like I say, nice of you to offer. I think Ms. Gerson has indicated that she's gonna be able to get that particular question answered. Anything else procedural that we need before?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla with P&M. I just wanted to note this shouldn't be an issue, but I've lost the ability to see anyone on the screen. I understand that you can still see me, which is good. Over lunch, I will try to reboot my computer and resolve this. I can hear just fine, so it shouldn't impair anything. I just wanted to alert you.
Okay. Well, we promise not to make faces or anything.
Okay, thank you. I can go back to YouTube and watch though if needed.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back on the record. We're back from our recess. We did have a couple of procedural questions that were discussed and I think resolved. So we will go ahead and continue the examination of witness Rowe. And I believe, Ms. Zur, you have questions for Ms. Rowe.
No, I don't.
Okay. Did I get that wrong?
You did not get it wrong.
Okay. So you're just waiving your time now.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Beatles? You reserve 10 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Rowe, if your plan was approved for only 1 year, wouldn't you be developing your next plan before you even have results from the first year in hand?
We will be, regardless 1 year or 2 years, we're going to be starting to work on developing the next program probably immediately.
So, but if your plan was approved for only 1 year, then you would be forced into a position of designing and implementing your next plan before you even have final results from the first year's plan.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Also referring to your supplemental testimony, page 5, let me know when you're there, lines 11 through 13 on page 5 of your supplemental.
Sorry, I lost my page. I put my markers, so I have to.
Just let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Thank you. And could you please read that sentence for the record? So I'll ask my follow-up question based on that. That starts on line 11 and finishes on line 13.
The line, well, the sentence I have starts on line 9. However, based on my general knowledge, is that the?
What about the following sentence?
In states with higher adoption of electric vehicles, is that the line you're referring to?
Yes. Did I say 9 through 11? I meant lines 11 through 13.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
That's okay. You'd like me to read that?
Yes, please.
In states with higher adoption of electric vehicles, budgets appear to be commensurate with the current and forecasted adoption in order to best serve customers.
Is that another way of saying that the larger the budget, the faster the rate of adoption of EVs?
I think it in the reverse. The higher the adoption, the higher justifies a higher budget.
And I don't know if that's different from what I said. It's just the orders changed. Let me ask it again. So larger budgets drive faster EV adoption rates?
Well, yes. Generally speaking, yes, but we have to consider where our base adoption rate is, our baseline in terms of where we're starting from. So this line was referring to if we were starting at a higher baseline, it would require a higher higher budgets.
Let me think about that for a minute. In states with higher adoption appear. Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Let me just ask a follow-up question. So if you're looking at states that already have a higher adoption of EVs, budgets need to be greater to to support more adoption?
It just the budget should be relative to the baseline of where we are, and also to support additional adoption, which is clearly our goal, is to incentivize greater adoption than what would occur organically.
Mm-hmm. So how is that consistent with Mr. Babe's point about the difference between the straight line and the S-curve rate of adoption, meaning that more budget is needed in the earlier years to get started?
Well, launching a program it always front loads some cost when launching the program, establishing awareness and education. So that would require more budget up front. But I think Alaric Babe could speak more to the methodology we're employing with the S-curve in terms of adoption rates.
Do you have any reason to disagree that a larger budget drives faster EV adoption rates?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more line of questioning, and that would be it. Please refer to your direct testimony on pages 6 and 10. I see that you refer to the 2020 New Mexico Climate Strategy Report.
Can you give me that line again? Oh, okay.
Pages 6 and 10 of your direct testimony, starting on line 16 on page 6 and line 18 on page 10. In both spots, I see that you refer to the 2020 New Mexico Climate Strategy Report.
Yes.
Are you asking the commission to take that report into consideration in evaluating whether your plan should be approved?
Yes, I believe so, that it is relevant.
Okay, and would you accept subject to check that on page 6 of this report, actually pages 6 to 8 of this report, the report refers to the E3 greenhouse gas emissions inventory and forecast study that the May 14th bench request refers to?
I do not have the report, the actual report in front of me, so I can't speak to that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking you whether you accept that subject to check. You can check later.
Okay.
Or you can just say, I don't know.
I don't know, sorry.
Mm-hmm. All right, well then you do cite to the climate strategy report, and then I will be able to, I'll ask Mr. Babe about this. The link between the 2020 New Mexico Climate Strategy Report that you cite to in a couple of places in your testimony, and ask the commission to consider in reviewing and evaluating your plan, and the link between that report and the E3 greenhouse gas inventory and forecast study. I know that's a lot of words, but I will ask Mr. Babe about that. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Yar or Mr. Dunbar, it looks like that. Nope, sorry. I moved a column over. That's incorrect. Ms. Yee, you have questions for Ms. Rowe.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no questions.
Okay, did I get that wrong? Did you not reserve time?
I reserved 15 minutes and I waive those minutes.
Very well. I don't show. Did I miss anybody? Okay, I'm not showing that anyone else had questions. I've got a few questions for you, Ms. Roy, and I guess I just would like to start with a question that Ms. Beatles asked you, and I think she indicated in her question something to the effect of, does a larger budget do you agree that a larger budget is going to increase the EV participation? It's something to that effect. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
And you agreed with her, correct?
In general, yes. However,
Why?
Because we can reach more customers. However, I believe we were looking at a number of different components when we arrived at our budget recommendations, starting with where we're at today in terms of adoption, what we could reasonably expect to incentivize further adoption, and the impact to all other customers and ratepayers. So we wanted to balance those interests in establishing our budget.
So then I guess what I'm understanding is that you're saying there's other factors other than a big budget that
yes,
are going to contribute to EV adoption by your customers.
Yes, I believe that is absolutely a fair statement.
And generally in defining the program and in defining the incentives, does P&M believe that offering a $4,000 or $5,000 incentive to the residential EV customer, specifically the low to middle income customer, is that going to get over the other potential barriers to purchasing an EV that income group might have?
It is one of the key barriers, which is infrastructure and cost. So it will address one significant barrier. No, it will not address all of the various other barriers, which would include factors like upfront cost of an EV, vehicle availability, but it does address one significant barrier.
Ms. Rowley, looking at your direct testimony, P&M Exhibit 1, on page, I have on page 6, and the question is posed at lines 14 and 15. Does P&M share the legislature's concern about electrification of the transportation sector? And then your answer begins at line 16 through 20 and continues on to page 7. And you say at lines 18 through 20, as the Energy Transition Act transforms New Mexico to a carbon-free energy leader by 2045, the electrification of the transportation sector is a key to reducing environmental impacts. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
What's that based on?
It's based on that in New Mexico, vehicle emissions accounts for the second largest contributor to carbon. And
what's the first?
I believe it is our built environment. I would have to confirm that.
What does that mean? Our built environment?
Um, uh, uh, our pretty much everything else.
Do you know if built environment, which you just said is everything else, is number one? Do you know what percentage that takes up of the I guess the carbon footprint?
The carbon emissions? I do not have that information offhand. I'd have to research that.
Okay, but you're saying that number 2 is key.
Yes.
But if number 1 was 95% and number 2 is 2%, then the comparison would be pretty skewed, wouldn't it?
It would if it was that proportion, but I do not believe that the second contributor with electric vehicle emissions is very significant. I don't know the number offhand.
Okay, consider that a bench request, Ms. Padilla. Ms. Rowe says that that the transportation sector is key. She says it's number 2. I'd like to know specifically, as her testimony sets forth New Mexico, what the percentage of what number 1 is, what percentages of number 1 and number 2 are.
Certainly, Madam Hearing Examiner, would you like that filed in this?
Yes.
In this maze?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like it. Yes, as soon as we could get that would be good.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Roy, let's go on to page 7 of your testimony. And I know Mr. Albright asked you some questions. I don't want to be too repetitive, but you're still answering that same question as before, but on page 7 at lines 11 through 13, you say many stakeholders in New Mexico understand the environmental and economic benefits of wider EV adoption, but there's still barriers to overcome in order to achieve these outcomes. That's your testimony, Ms. Roy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who specifically are the stakeholders that you're referring to in your answer to this question?
The stakeholders that we engaged with during the stakeholder engagement process preceding the filing of our application.
Who are?
There's a full list of them in Alaric Babe's testimony, and I would have to refer to that.
Okay. And specifically, what are the environmental and economic benefits that you're referring to in your testimony in that reference?
The first one is the reduction of carbon emissions due to higher adoption of electric vehicles. And then the second one is, the second piece is system reliability and system utilization.
And what do you mean by system utilization?
This represents, EV adoption represents more intermittent resources. So the impact of reducing load or reducing usage during those peak periods.
And that's different from system reliability?
It contributes to system reliability.
Okay. Any other benefits that you're referring to?
Well, as I said, those are the two key benefits. There are many other benefits, the cost of ownership for EVs, but those are the two major benefits.
Okay, and again, with reference to those 3 lines of your testimony, what specific barriers are you referring to?
Well, the number one barrier that we address in our program application is infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and range anxiety. There are other barriers, however, which the upfront cost of an electric vehicle, the availability of the limitations on availability of electric vehicles. So there are many other barriers, but we address specifically the infrastructure barrier of charging.
Okay, and I'm sorry, availability of electric vehicles?
Correct. The
electric vehicle, they're not available? I thought if you have the money, then you can go buy one, right?
No, it's not as easy as that, unfortunately. The inventory I'm talking about specifically of the manufacturers and the dealerships having sufficient inventory in their stock in New Mexico is a barrier.
And how do you know that there's an inventory problem?
One of the things that we will be doing in our program under the marketing and education and outreach is having a portal for customers to be able to go in and find out what the inventory is for their desired vehicle. So we did some upfront research on what is available, and there's extensive limited availability. States that have zero emission policies, or they're called ZEV states, and I believe New Mexico is looking to change to that in around through, I believe, executive order around 2023. That will stipulate that manufacturers have to sell a certain percentage of zero emission vehicles in the state. We don't currently have that in the state, so the manufacturers aren't required to sell a certain percentage of electric or zero emission vehicles today. And that is a barrier.
Okay. Okay, and then again, relating to those 3 lines of testimony. What specific outcomes are you referring to in that testimony?
Specific to environmental and economic benefits.
Okay, and what is the correlation between what you see as the benefits and overcoming the barriers? How do you see what you're proposing is going to actually achieve the outcome that you seek?
Well, specifically removing helping to alleviate some of the key barriers, particularly with charging infrastructure, and also incentivizing load shifting to off-peak hours, which will benefit everybody, as well as the system as adoption increases.
Anything further on that?
I would only add that this is our first application, which is a 2-year period. So we have every intention to analyze the results. And with the next application, utilize that data to design the next generation PEV program.
And to move on page 8 of your testimony, and I know you've been asked some questions about this, so I'm not going to go back over what has been testified to. I just want to ask you generally about this, the whole home EV charging rate. And you say on page 8, you're answering the question posed at lines 1 through 4. How is PNM's TEP reasonably expected to improve PNM system efficiency, the integration of variable resources, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak hours? And like I say, just generally at lines 14 through 17, you're talking about the whole home EV, 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. And your testimony says not only does it promote charging EVs overnight, but also shifts other household energy usage during that time period, correct?
Correct.
And you're talking about the residential customer, right?
Yes, in the first part of that paragraph, yes.
Okay. If some of the uses that I believe PNM has identified as residential electricity uses during peak period. For example, when people come home from work during the heating time, they might have their air conditioning on, right?
Correct.
Do we really think that people are going to wait till 10 o'clock to turn the air conditioning on?
Well, we specifically designed this for EVs when they could wait till 10, but we hope that there will be, I guess you could kind of define it as a halo effect, because the price signal of the incentive would encourage to load shift other household appliances. But particularly, we did design it specific, most particularly the EV in mind, which is going to be the most significant load once those start coming up more online.
Great, I understand that, but again, it says, shifting other household energy uses. And my question is just, when people come home from work and it's hot, they're going to turn their air conditioning on. If they have, if they're hungry, they're going to use their oven, or toaster oven or whatever. That I'm just wondering how realistic is it for people to take those, things that those normal residential uses of electricity during peak period and wait 5 hours if they get home at 5, wait till 10 o'clock at night to do those things?
I think that's a very reasonable expectation that they won't. We are unable at this time, though, our time of use meter will be an aggregate. So we'll be able to get time of use, but we won't be able to, we're not going to have a separate meter on the electric vehicle. So it's one meter. So we would like to encourage as much load shifting of other appliances, but the real driver is the electric vehicle, which will be the biggest load factor in the home. And to the extent that customers can shift other household usage, that's beneficial, but it's secondary to the electric vehicle.
Okay. And then referring to your testimony on page 9, lines, well, you're testifying at lines 6 through 15. You begin saying, second, all TEP incentives for charging infrastructure requires the installation of, in quotes, smart chargers that can be programmed for specific charging times. That's your testimony?
Yes.
And so any of the chargers that you're offering incentives for are these smart chargers?
Correct.
And were there other options to have, I mean, is there such a thing as a non-smart charger?
There is. And,
okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Babe can refer to that. He's the expert on that, but there are. So for instance, we have some non-smart chargers here in our parking lot at PNM, and it does not, we don't know when those are being utilized. So only a smart charger would be able to give that, to integrate with the price signal.
Okay.
And by the way, we are in the midst of replacing those with smart chargers as well, for that very purpose.
Are they free?
Oh, you mean the PNM? Yes, they are free to our employees. They're in our employee parking lot.
But you don't know what rate you're charging yourself?
Well, it's our standard rate, because we don't have these rates in effect. So we're not.
So you'd like to be able to give yourself a cheaper rate, and you need a smart charger to do that.
Well, more so we would, yes, for customers, more so we would like to have the visibility into when customers are utilizing that, so we have the data.
Would PNM be eligible to get these incentives?
That's a great question. I believe we would. I would probably defer that to some others, to Dr. Pitts.
Okay, I'll have to ask about whether or not PNM's willing not to take part of its budget to give to itself. That you're just going to go ahead and replace things on your own. Do you ever see them being utilized?
Every day. Yes.
Interesting. Do you know how the fleet's charged?
I do. I would have to refer to that. Offhand, I can the percentages and all of that. I don't know that off the top of my head, but
no, it seems like that I read in testimony that you may have light trucks that are EVs, and
yes,
I just wondered how those. I mean, is there like a charging corral or something that that they all go to?
Yes, we have charging stations at all of our facilities.
Okay, so then whatever facility that vehicle is assigned to, that's where it gets charged?
Correct.
But back to the question of non-smart chargers, PNM didn't look at the potential to give incentives for non-smart chargers.
We, again, Mr. Babe could respond to that, but the integration with the charger and the rate precludes non-smart chargers, because we would have no visibility into when they're utilizing it. So the incentive requires the customer, or the rate requires the customer to have a smart charger. So there's a dependency on the two different incentives.
So part of this is not just to cut down. I mean, you've testified that, part of what the goal here is, not only legal compliance, but in terms of trying to get the second the reducing the environmental impacts. But in addition, it's also part of the goal here too, is for P&M to get information on how chargers are being utilized and when they're being utilized, and how frequently they're being utilized.
Yes, to the extent that that information will be able to be useful for better for more reliability and management of the system as adoption grows with electric vehicles.
Okay. Further on page 9 of your testimony, you're answering the questions posed at line 17 through 20. Is the P&M TEP reasonably expected to increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, with consideration given for increasing such access to low-income users and users in underserved communities? And then that's the question. And then you begin your answer on page 9 and continue on to page 10. And at line 21, you say, yes, lack of charging infrastructure is one of the key barriers to EV adoption. What's the basis of that statement?
There's been numerous studies on the barriers. I do not have at my fingertips access to names of those studies, but we could certainly get those.
Well, and I guess I'm just asking more generally, Ms. Rowe, you know, by making that statement, are you saying if we build the charging stations, they will come?
That is
do
one.
Do you say Field of Dreams?
Yes, I did. Yes, yeah, and that is certainly a key component. But you know, as I've referred to in other testimony, there are other components to it. It is not simply charging, but charging is a key barrier. Range anxiety is a barrier. So those are key barriers, but amongst several others. So
well, I mean, do you think that since it seems like a lot of this testimony indicates that for residential EV users, that the majority of them charge at home?
That is widely accepted in the industry. In fact, I don't have the specific study, but I think 80% at home charging is the commonly accepted percentage today.
So if people are charging at home, how does that relate to if you get more chargers that aren't at home? You think the effect that people are gonna charge, if they have the ability to charge, you're gonna see more EV customers who may not have the ability to charge at home?
Or it helped to alleviate that second barrier, that barrier about range anxiety, so that when they aren't at home, that they have a reasonable confidence that they can get a charge in places outside of their home, which today is as I said, another significant barrier, the range anxiety.
Well, and I'm kind of wondering about, and I've seen conflicting information, and I'm sure, if you want to, I'm not really asking about the specifics, because I've seen different information about how long. It seems like some people are claiming a short period of time to charge with like level 2 or and then I'm seeing, oh no, it takes, it takes 11 hours to charge. And so so I'm not necessarily asking you to define how long it would take to charge a vehicle, but I think it's probably fair to say that getting a charge on an electric vehicle to alleviate what you've referred to as range anxiety is going to be longer than filling up your gas tank at the local gas station, isn't it?
That is correct. Although DC fast chargers it would still be a longer period than filling up your gas, as you refer to your tank at a gas station. But a DC fast charger, I believe, can charge in under 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, didn't you indicate that you've been in advertising and in business previously?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, so I think you probably have a pretty good idea of the typical, you know, the typical customers for certain products. And if somebody, you know, is used to having a product, you know, within a short period of time, how are you going to convince them, oh, instead of going to your gas station and filling up your fuel for 300 miles or whatever in a car, oh, go get in the line that's around the block to be at the fast charge. I mean, is that realistic?
As technology progresses, you know, I believe that, you know, those charging periods times will likely decrease. But yes, those are I would acknowledge those are barriers today that we're all trying to overcome with this industry in terms of getting greater adoption of electric vehicles. But
go ahead.
Customer behavior is tricky. And behavior change takes time.
And I think this may have been answered by somebody else, and you can defer it, but I'm looking at page 10 of your testimony, and you're still answering the question from page 9, and at line beginning at line 7, the TEP addresses low and moderate income, referred to as LMI, in 4 ways. And you say, first, supplemental incentive for installation of residential chargers, requiring multifamily housing chargers rebates be located in LMI neighborhoods, mass transit routes that serve LMI communities eligible for mass transit infrastructure incentive, and then 25% of the total education and outreach budget will be targeted at LMI. Were there other potential incentives that you could have chosen with regard to the specific community?
For LMI?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we could have looked at, because I think one of the largest barriers for LMI is the cost of entry, the cost of the vehicle itself. And we do not address that in our initial filing because it would have been cost prohibitive at this time. And we feel there are other ways that can be addressed through, you know, statewide policy and other things. So I guess to answer your question, yes, in the ideal, there are other things that could be more impactful for the LMI communities, but it would have been cost prohibitive for this first application. For the utility to consider that. That's not to say that those aren't valuable or aspects that policy as a whole should be taking a look at. and addressing.
Okay. I'll move on to page 11. You're answering the question posed at page 10. How will P&M's program contribute to the reduction of air pollution and greenhouse gases? And your answer begins on line 18 on page 10 and continues over through lines 14 on page 11. And I would like to know the basis for your statement on line 3 of page 11. Actually begins on line 2. Today in southwestern United States, an EV is the equivalent of driving a car that gets approximately 63 miles per gallon. What did you base your statement on?
We did actually cite that, I think in another part of the testimony. I think I want to say it was the a scientific paper. I would have to look that up.
Okay. Consider that a bench request, Ms. Padilla. I'd like to know the attribution for that particular part of the testimony.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, if some of this information is in testimony already, could we address that with the appropriate witness? I believe that may be supported in P&M's Transportation Electrification Program, the document that's P&M, that's Exhibit AJB2 to Mr. Babe's direct testimony.
Okay. It's just that she has it in her testimony, so, and she went first.
Sure, understood.
Okay.
Oh, I found it. It's on in my supplemental testimony on page 10 in line 9, that the source is the Union of Concerned Scientists.
Okay. I see that at line 10. And who are they? Other than a union of concerned scientists. Can't answer that. Why are you relying on that particular reference, Ms. Rowley? Ms. Rowley.
That's quite all right. We most of our attribution here is we look for third-party validation and information that is reasonably expected to be a high degree of confidence. So, and that was one of the sources.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to find a third-party validator for myself. Let's go on to the rest of that. At line 4, not only is this already an improvement over traditional internal combustion engine vehicles today, but this number will improve as P&M's generation mix transitions to carbon-free resources under the ETA. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And specifically, how is that number going to improve? And I guess are you still talking about an equivalency of miles per gallon, or what number are you specifically referring to that's going to, and how will it improve P&M's generation mix? Can you quantify that?
Well, it is referring to the 63 miles per gallon, which my understanding is that's a national number based on not specific to New Mexico's generation mix. But as our generation mix transitions to emissions-free, 100% emissions-free by 2040, that 63 miles per gallon will actually improve. But again, it is a bit apples to oranges because the 63 miles per gallon, my understanding is that's a national figure and not specific to New Mexico. So it's a general approximation. So it's more in concept.
Okay. And then to end your answer to that question, lines 8 through 13, you're talking about improving air quality, and you say it's of particular importance in LMI neighborhoods, which often suffer for lower air quality due to the proximity to heavily traveled corridors. Correct?
Correct.
What is the basis of that statement? How do you know this? How do you know that it's not that lower to middle income people live next to big factories?
In witnesses Babe's testimony, he has done some analysis on the LMI neighborhoods and their adjacency to heavily trafficked corridors. So I believe he does have some quantification of that.
Do you know whether he considered any other contributing factors to lower air quality other than what you've stated?
Other than emissions? I am not sure that he did.
Okay. Okay, and then on page 12, let's see, you start the question on page 11, how does P&M's program support the goal of increased customer choices in the electric vehicle charging and related infrastructure and services and allow for private capital investments and provide skilled jobs and related services? That's a long, okay. Let's see. And then on page 12, you say, this strategy allows the TEP to support increased consumer choice in EV charging and allows for private capital investment in skilled jobs and related services. And I guess the whole point of this question is P&M has chosen what's referred to as a utility investment strategy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that means that P&M is not going to own the chargers, correct?
That is correct.
And that's opposed to some other strategies that where the utility does own the charging stations, correct?
Correct, in other states, other jurisdictions.
Do you know if either SPS or EPE plans to own some or all of the charging stations that they're proposing?
I do not know that.
And I seem to recall having read that P&M might actually be considering an investment with a company that does own charging stations. Is that correct?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. So what leads you to believe that the allowing someone other than the utility to own the charging station is going to increase consumer choice?
Well, capital investment as well as in our state from the charging networks themselves to encourage that. I don't know that those two are necessarily correlated. The consumer choice is that the customer has the option of choosing. We're not dictating or stipulating what type of charger they purchase. just as long as it complies with the technical and network requirements to administer our program. So that is what the consumer choice is referring to. The other piece is bringing new capital into the state vis-a-vis the different charging networks to encourage that kind of investment in the state.
And have you attempted to quantify that?
The degree to which investment would be,
or number of jobs?
Number of jobs. I have not specifically.
Okay.
Mr. Bobby may have. I'm not aware of that specifically.
Okay. On page 13 of your testimony, beginning at line 1, the question is P&M's transportation electrification program reasonable and prudent? And your answer at lines 3 through 4 says, yes, it is. It's reasonable, prudent, and in the public interest. And that's your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Based on what?
Based on a reduction in vehicle emissions because we're spurring and incentivizing greater EV ownership. And then the second one is just system reliability of being able to better manage system load through the rate programs, incentivizing off-peak charging.
And you believe those things to be reasonable, prudent, and in the public interest?
Yes, I do.
Further down on page 13, you're describing P&M service area and its customer base, and at line 15 through 16, you say, the TEP is designed as a broad-based approach to best serve customers across this spectrum. And you have in the previous testimony identified the different types of customers you have. That's your testimony?
Yes.
What's the basis of your conclusion that the broad-based is the best? And what did you compare it to arrive at that conclusion?
We wanted to benefit the greatest number of customers we could while addressing the key barriers to adoption, and in order for to meet policy objectives of reducing the reliance on the internal combustion engine and increasing adoption of zero emission vehicles. So we feel that the 4 major aspects of the program, which are to encourage, or to incentivize charging, both customer, residential and commercial charge, non-residential or commercial charging, as well as the low income aspects of the program, the rate incentives to incentivize off-peak charging for system reliability, and then better outreach, marketing and outreach to educate our customers on the ownership, electric transportation ownership and options that they have available to them, and how they can charge. So those were the key aspects in designing our program to be able to benefit the largest number of customers as possible in our initial application.
Would you also say that particular analysis is the basis for your testimony on page 16, where you're answering the question, does the P&M TEP represent a collaborative effort designed to best serve all customers? When you say yes, the TEP was designed on best practices.
Yes, it was designed primarily on best practices of what's been successful in other states, as well as with input from the stakeholders during the stakeholder engagement process. So we validated those best practices and refined them based on our stakeholder outreach.
And also in that particular testimony, you say to shape a program that is best suited to serve the current EV market and the needs of New Mexicans. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
That's continuing on lines 10 through 11 on
Yes,
page 16.
Yes. I see.
And what specific needs were you referring to of New Mexicans?
I was specifically referring to the barriers that we've been discussing in terms of EV infrastructure or charging infrastructure and range anxiety. And it wasn't just for EV owners themselves, but for the system as a whole. So as EV ownership and adoption increases, that will have an impact on the system with variable resources. So we wanted to make sure that we're looking strategically on our load shaping and capacity needs for all customers.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at your supplemental testimony, P&M Exhibit 2, Ms. Roy. And on page 2, you're answering the question, does P&M support the commission's appointment of a third party to lead coordination of transportation electrification among investor-owned electric utilities, rural electric cooperatives, the state legislature, state agencies, local governments, and other interested organizations? And your answer beginning at lines 8 and 9 was no. P&M does not support the appointment of a third-party coordinator in response to the TEP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then further down on line 18, you say, I am aware that the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, EMNRD, has already initiated a statewide working group aimed at expanding transportation electrification through the state. EMNRD appears to be well positioned to play the role of coordinator without imposing additional costs on the IOUs and their customers. That's continued on page 3. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And why is it that you think EMNRD is well positioned to be the coordinator of transportation electrification throughout the state?
Because they're a statewide entity and we're not. So we are supporting the needs of our customers in our service territory, and the costs that we believe that would be incurred through this program should specifically support our customers in our service territory. And we feel that more of a statewide entity such as EMNRD would be better positioned to administer that type of a working group and commission that type of a company to do that type of work.
So then basically you're saying, what I read your testimony is to say that you think this is EMNRD's job to coordinate transportation electrification among IOUs, rural cooperatives in the state, and not the PRCs. Is that correct?
I do not believe I specifically excluded the PRC from that consideration set. I just indicated a statewide entity such as EMNRD would be appropriate.
Well, the question asks you specifically, would you support the commission, referring to the PRC, and you say no. And then at the
Madam
bottom
Hearing
of,
Examiner, Madam Hearing Examiner, may I?
well, you can't testify, no.
I know, but I would like to clarify that the question is that Ms. Rowe answered is broader than the question that you just posed to her. The question in the bench request was about coordination of a third party to lead coordination among IOUs, co-ops, state legislatures, state agencies, local governments, and other interested organizations. It wasn't just as to the commission's role in coordinating IOUs.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what the question says. Does P&M support the commission's appointment of a third party to lead the coordination of a transportation electrification among the groups just named? And the answer is no, we don't support that. And then at the bottom of the page, your testimony is, we think EMMRD appears well positioned to play the role of coordinator. That's your testimony, right, Ms. Roy?
Yes, it is. Again, I was referring to the third party coordinator. We do not believe it is in our customers' interest to pay for a third party coordinator of a statewide program. So that's specifically what I was referring to.
Okay, well, what do you see then, Ms. Roy, if any, what role do you see, if any, for the commission regarding coordination of transportation electrification in the state of New Mexico?
You know, I haven't really collaborated with my colleagues on what that role would be. As I said, I don't see that the commission should be excluded from that at all. We simply don't believe that our customers should pay for the coordination of a third party coordinator.
Further on page 4, Ms. Roy, looking at the question posed at line 7 through 9, what percentage of P&M's residential customers are low income? Customers as low income is defined in NMSA 1978, section 62.812E1. And I think you've been asked about that in your testimony beginning at line 10 on page 4, that you can't report it. You reported the LIHEAP numbers, which you say at line 15 and 16. In New Mexico, customers may be eligible for LIHEAP. And LIHEAP is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. If their households are at or below 150% of the federal poverty rate. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I seem to have seen in testimony that there's comparisons to the low and income community where the testimony utilizes a 200% federal poverty rate. Are you familiar with that?
I have seen other programs that stipulate a different percentage. LIHEAP, though, is at 150% or less of the federal poverty rate.
Have you done any of any comparison or done any evaluation for the low and middle income customers that utilize a 200% standard?
We have not for this program. For other assistance programs, I believe we have. I would have to research that data, but we have for instance, some of our COVID relief programs, we have expanded it to 200% of federal poverty rate, but not specifically relative to the PEV application.
Okay. Let's look at your testimony on page 12. The question posed at lines 1 through 5. On page 13 to 14, your testimony refers to benchmarking against other utility EV programs and best practices from other utilities were used to structure its TEP. What specific programs and practices are you referring to? And you begin your answer at line 6 by saying P&M is active in many trade organizations that have helped shape the TEP based on industry best practices. That's your testimony?
Yes, you're looking at the supplemental testimony still, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. How is P&M being involved in industry organizations? How has that shaped best practices?
Well, these industry organizations are comprised of both utility and industry organizations and companies across the country. So they aggregate the best practices and provide specific case studies, and also provide us the ability to coordinate directly with those entities when we are able to identify who they are. So they help to facilitate direct conversation with those utilities and other organizations.
So this is like a networking opportunity to share information, or?
Yes, in many ways, but also, I mean, it's more than networking because they publish the best practices in a number of different venues that we're able to access. And then also, as I said, they facilitate direct discussion with those other utilities and companies that are utilizing some of these best practices. So we can actually go in and benchmark directly with those companies and have direct conversations.
But if you focus yourself on industry only trade groups, don't you think that gives you a limited perspective?
Well, Alaric Babe can speak to that because he leads most of the industry benchmarking and participation in these organizations.
For P&M?
For EVs specifically, for electric vehicles.
Wait. For P&M or for industry groups or?
For P&M.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
No, I'm just wondering, my understanding of your answer is that a lot of the best practices come from your involvement in trade groups, trade organizations, and you have testified as to the benefits, how you glean benefits from those organizations. And my question to you is, isn't your perspective, if you're limiting your view of best practices to what you glean from trade organizations, i.e. similarly situated industries, don't you think that focus is a little narrow as opposed to other inputs that you might get from non-industry groups?
Well, this is why we had such a robust stakeholder engagement, because it does go beyond non-industry groups. So for instance, we worked closely with the Land of Enchantment Clean Cities Coalition here in New Mexico, and other organizations in New Mexico to get beyond, as you're indicating, too much of a utility-centric view. We're also a member of the Alliance for Transportation Electrification, which does go beyond the simply utilities.
Okay. Anything further?
No. As I said, I think Alaric Babe could speak to that far more extensively than I.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Ms. Padilla, are you going to have any cross for the witness or any redirect? I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, it probably shouldn't take any longer than about 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Ms. Rowie, I will get this.
I wasn't going to correct you again, but
it is stuck in my head. All right. The hearing examiner asked some questions about non-smart chargers. And most, perhaps all electric vehicles come with charging equipment as a standard feature for the customer, correct?
I'm not aware that they do.
Okay.
I mean, not the home charging equipment.
Are you familiar with the term level 1 charger?
I am.
Is that what we could consider a non-smart charger?
Yes. There's a number of other attributes that make it a smart charger, but that would be.
Okay. And because a level 1 charger, which is the basic equipment that comes with an EV, I believe it's Mr. Babe's testimony explains that it can be simply plugged into an ordinary wall outlet or maybe a dryer outlet. PNM's
not a dryer
proposed
outlet.
Program does not incentivize the level 1 chargers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The hearing examiner also asked about the whole home energy rate, and she pointed out that it seems unrealistic that our customers would shift certain critical energy uses, such as home cooling, to the off-peak period. You recall that questioning?
Yes, I do.
Are there other home energy uses, though, that PNM believes could be shifted to the off-peak period in the middle of the night between 10 and 5?
You mean in addition to EV charging?
Yes.
Yes. White goods, washers and dryers and other appliances in the home.
Are some of those appliances becoming smarter too, in terms of being able to program them to use at specific times?
To varying degrees.
Okay. Let's see. The hearing examiner asked you some questions about possible customer behaviors in charging, or their expectations when they're charging away from home. Do you recall those questions?
I believe I do, yes.
Specifically, the hearing examiner asked whether it's realistic to assume that customers will want to wait to charge when they're away from home if the wait is, 20,
yes.
if the charge period is 20 minutes.
Yes, I do recall that.
Do you understand P&M's program to be, I don't know if, I mean, it's largely designed, or to a significant extent, is designed to support customers, residential customers charging at their homes, correct?
Correct.
So their customers' use of charging stations away from their homes, do you expect that should be a secondary means of most residential customers charging?
Well, in practice, it is secondary in today's world. So yes, I guess de facto, the answer to the question is yes. In today's environment, it is. So that was our focus on what the current environment is and how we could best serve customers with today's technology and customer behavior.
Right, but how then do you, how does that square with trying to include the multifamily people, which don't have dedicated parking spaces or garages, or potentially the low and middle income people, which might be multifamily, live in multifamily units? Then how, I don't know how you include them if you're saying, oh, well, now, our program is geared toward, residential at home people. It's like, no, your program is looking at all of the different facets. So.
Well, actually, we do have a significant portion in multifamily charging allocated in the program to specifically address those concerns.
Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Okay. Ms. Roy, do you have Mr. Babe's direct testimony?
Yes.
With you?
Yes.
The hearing examiner asked some questions about the reference in your testimony to the New Mexico Climate Action Plan. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you could look on P&M exhibit, it's exhibit 2 to Mr. Babe's direct testimony. It's P&M's Transportation Electrification Program, the reference document.
Yes, I have that.
If you could look at page 9, I'm sorry, page 12 of that. There's a figure in the middle of the page that shows both U.S. greenhouse gas emissions and New Mexico greenhouse gas emissions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Hang on. Page 12 of exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 to, yes,
Right.
to Mr. Babe's direct testimony. Okay.
Okay, are you referring to the pie charts?
Yes.
All right, let me try this again.
Okay. I can see that, Madam
Is it
Hearing
there?
Examiner. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Rowie, your reference, the reference in your testimony to the climate action plan, while the right-hand pie chart does not, actually, there is a figure 4 underneath the 2 pie charts. It says the sources are US EPA and the New Mexico Climate Report. So is the reference in your testimony to the climate action report, is it what's depicted in this pie chart, as far as you know?
Yes, thank you for finding that for me. Yes, that is how we arrived at the number 2 source of emissions.
And that is that transportation makes up the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in New Mexico.
Correct.
Okay. The hearing examiner had also asked you some questions about the stakeholders that you referred to in your direct testimony. If you would look at page 7 of this same document, Exhibit AJB2 to Mr. Babe's direct testimony, is there a list of all of the stakeholders that were involved at some point in the development of PNM's TEP listed there?
Yes.
Okay. That list actually includes Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albright had asked you a question about why the Water Utility Authority was not included as a stakeholder, but at least according to this document, the Water Utility Authority was involved at some point, correct?
Correct.
I think he was asking about Bernalillo County, wasn't he?
I thought that's what he was asking about too.
His client.
That's a good, yes, that's a good point. Thank you for correcting me. Bernalillo County is not on this list, it appears. It does not, it appears they are not. So well, my mistake. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Ms. Rowe. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give an opportunity if anyone has any questions based upon my questions or the redirect. Briefly, anything from you, Mr. Albright?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Let's see, Ms. Beatles? No. And I think everyone else waved. So no one has any further questions. Ms. Rowe, thank you very much. You are excused. I will make sure that the court reporter has the conforming copies of PNM exhibits 1 and 2, which were your direct and supplemental testimony. I believe we've reached the luncheon hour. And why don't we come back? It is, according to the computer, 12:22. Why don't we come back at 1:30 and we'll go ahead and Ms. Padilla, you can call your second witness at that time.
Right.
Very well. Okay. We're recessed until 1:30. And again, just remember, I did not realize I was unmuted and you all heard me talking to the dogs. So you'll be able to verify that, yes, they are treated well. They did get their treat. And so thanks. And we are, I'll make sure I mute myself this time. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Ta-da! Okay, I think I have all of them. All right. Hello, we are returning from our luncheon recess. And let me just make sure that okay, I don't see anyone waiting. Forgot about that with Miss Anna not here to take care of that. Okay. Can you see Miss Padilla?
I can. I rebooted. I am all back up and running.
Okay.
Let's see if it helps. Let's see if it helps.
Okay, well, I think then we're back from our luncheon recess, and I believe you're ready to call your next witness.
We are. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. PNM now calls Alaric Babe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bobby.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
Doing good. Doing good. Just had some lunch, so feeling better.
Oh, excellent. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Yes, could the court reporter please swear Mr. Babe in?
Sure. Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babe. Could you please state your name and your position at PNM for the record?
Yes, my name is Alaric Babe. I am the project manager and program and product development at PNM.
Okay. And you have filed 4 pieces of testimony in this case, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll go through each piece. I'll ask you some questions about it, and then we'll seek admission of each of the 4 pieces of testimony separately into evidence.
Okay.
Do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that, please?
That is my direct testimony.
Was it filed on December 18th, 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make in that testimony at this point?
I do. I have a couple here, and I'll walk through them and so everyone can follow along.
Okay, go ahead.
So on page 24, line 8, we're going to add a V, so it should read ICEV.
I see the acronym is incorrect, so you're correcting that.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and go to the next one.
Okay. So this we're actually going to be moving into the exhibit to my direct testimony, exhibit AJB-2.
All right.
And that is on page 9, line 2. And there we are replacing 2013 with 2019 when referring to the executive order.
So in my copy of AJB2, that's on the very top line, the very first line of that page. Is that right?
It should be on page 9, yes.
Page 9.
Second line of page 9.
Oh, I see. By executive order, it should be 2019-003.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
I do. There are 2 more within the exhibit. So again, on exhibit AJB-2, we'll go to page 35, line 1, and we're replacing the word number with the word amount.
Okay. All right, and go to your next correction.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes.
Hearing examiner.
Sure.
This is Jeff Albright. On that correction, could we have clarification since number is listed twice, is identified twice in that first line? Which word number is being replaced by amount? Is it the first number or the second number? If we could ask the witness to do that for us, that'd help.
Mr. Bobby?
Yeah, no problem. It is the first instance of the word number. So report annually the amount of participants. Oh,
thank you.
Yeah.
Amount of participants?
Oh, it looks like this is not right. So that's the and maybe you'll get your dinner back, Mr. Albright. It looks like what I meant to correct there was the second instance of the word number, including the amount of LMI customer participation. So our apologies there, and hopefully you won your dinner.
Unfortunately, I hadn't made a bet on that one and probably should have, but thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
And your last correction on your direct testimony?
So the last correction is on page 36. And it's actually in the table on row 3 of the table. We want to replace the word lie heap with LMI.
All right.
Wait a second, LMI?
Yes, LMI.
Okay, so that was just a mistake?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. With those corrections, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit 3.
Mr. Bobby, were the exhibits or attachments to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Any objection as to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 3? Mr. Bobby's direct testimony? Hearing or seeing a no objection. PNM Exhibit 3 is admitted. I would also like the court reporter to note that Commissioner Cynthia Hall has joined our meeting. So if you could do that, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Certainly. Mr. Bobby, do you have a copy of what's marked PNM Exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that for the record, please?
That is my supplemental testimony.
And what date was that filed on?
March 11th, 2021.
Okay. And was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that at this time?
I do. There's a handful, so I ask you to bear with me while we walk through these.
Okay. Go ahead.
So on page 7, line 10, we're going to replace from with the word for.
Okay, go ahead and go to the next.
Wait just a second. This is your
I'm sorry.
supplemental Your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
Okay, page 7, line
10.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, sir.
On page 8, line 20, we are going to replace "an" with "a."
All right, I think you can go to the next.
Okay. So there's a few here that are going to be duplicates. So page 13 dash, line 6, 13, line 16.
I'm there.
Okay, so we are going to swap the units here. So swap kilowatt hours and miles from the numerator to the denominator, and vice versa.
Okay, I lost you. Page 13.
So 13, line 16.
Okay.
It should read 30 kilowatt hours per 100 miles. So the units need to be swapped.
Okay.
Okay. Page 14, line 16 is the same correction.
That is to swap the miles and kilowatt hours.
Swap the
with
miles
each
and
other.
kilowatt hours, yes.
Okay, I think you can go to your next correction.
Page 14, line 21. Replace 1.85 with 1.77.
All right.
Page 14, line 22. Replace 43.25 with 41.2.
All right, and do you have another one on the next page?
Yep, on line 15.
You mean,
Or sorry, page 15, line 14, my apologies. Again, we're swapping the units, the kilowatt hours and miles. And that's the last time I made that mistake. And there's a couple more here.
All right, go to the next.
Page 22, line 1. We want to strike, there's a forward slash in there.
So you're striking the forward slash.
Yes.
All right.
Page 22, line 6. We are striking the number 15. A little further down on page 22, line 8, we are striking the number 16. And then on page 23, line 20, we are striking the closed parentheses.
Okay. Any other corrections to your supplemental testimony?
Not in this exhibit, no.
Mr. Bobbe, what was your first correction on page 14?
Page 14. The first correction was replacing 1.85 with 1.77.
And what line is 1.85 on?
Let me get there. That looks like line 21.
Oh, okay, and you're going to take 1.85 and put what in?
1.77.
And what's the reason for these corrections?
So this was essentially what happened, and you can see it actually on the next line. We were looking at the average number of miles per day, and I had put in 43.25, but that should have read 41.2, and I had done the math wrong in that problem. So the math was done for the original number, not the 41 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And all of the...
Madam Hearing Examiner. This is
Commissioner
Commissioner Hall. Could I just ask a question? about, there were several places where I think I want to make sure I understand it. The miles were to be swapped out with the kilowatt hours, meaning the kilowatt hours would be in the numerator and the miles in the denominator. Is that what he was what the witness is referring to? Like, for example, I think it was line 16 on page 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Swap out. Could you explain that again, please?
Yes, I believe you're correct. And Mr. Babe, can you tell us why you need that correction?
Yeah, so this has to do with an average efficiency of EVs, and it should read 30 kilowatt hours per 100 miles. It was simply a typo that it was the other way around.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And what were the other two places where that was?
That was page 13, line 16.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Page 14, line 16. And then the final one was on page 15, line 14.
I see. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So with those, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Bobby, with those corrections, is your supplemental testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves the admission of PNM Exhibit 4.
Any objection to what's been identified and corrected by Mr. Babe as his supplemental testimony? PNM Exhibit 4, hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 4 is admitted. Ms. Padilla?
Mr. Babe, do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 5?
I do.
And could you identify that for the record, please?
That is my second supplemental testimony.
And that was filed on March 18th, 2021?
That is correct.
Did you prepare this or was it prepared under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to this at this time?
Just two, yes.
All right, go ahead.
On page 3, line 5, strike the word "are."
Okay.
And on page 3, line 18, add an N.
To the word column?
Yeah, I do believe that's what it was. Thank you.
Okay.
Page 3.
Line 18.
Oh. Okay.
Any other corrections or changes to your second supplemental testimony?
No.
With these corrections or changes, is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And again, if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
PNM moves the admission of PNM Exhibit number 5.
Mr. Bobby, did you prepare your exhibits to your second supplemental?
Yes.
So you actually prepared this annual Electric Balancing Authority area and planning report?
Are you referring to FERC report 714?
Yes.
I did not prepare that, no, but I did include it in my testimony.
Where'd you get it?
I worked with PNM's resource planning group to identify that document.
Okay. And you can verify that that was in fact the report that got filed?
That was the report that was filed, I believe, in year 2019.
Okay. And your exhibit 2, the P&M solar and wind resources, did you prepare that?
I did work with another department to prepare that.
Okay, what department?
That was in utility margin, was who assisted with preparing that.
May I continue, Madam Hearing Examiner, or did you have further questions?
No, I see back on page 3 where he refers to who he worked with. No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think with that, P&M moves admission of P&M Exhibit 5.
Any objection to what's been identified as P&M Exhibit 5, Mr. Babe's second supplemental testimony?
All right.
Hearing no objection, P&M Exhibit 5 is admitted.
All right. Lastly, Mr. Babe, do you have a copy of what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 6?
I do.
Could you identify that for us, please?
That is my rebuttal testimony.
And did you file that on, was that filed on May 13th, 2021?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to this testimony at this time?
Just one.
All right. Tell us what that is.
Okay. That is on page 5, line 13. We are replacing the word "and" with the word "or."
Okay. So it would read, line 13 would read budget, comma, decreasing the budget, comma, or regulatory treatment of the budget. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. With that correction, is your rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, P&M moves the admission of P&M Exhibit 6.
Mr. Babe, you have Exhibit AJB-1 to your rebuttal testimony?
My rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir.
Yes, let me get there with you. Yes.
What is it?
It is a list of the recommendations identified in the direct testimony of the intervening parties, a summary of each, and P&M's stated position and who would be addressing each one of the recommendations.
And you prepared it?
Yeah, we worked as a team to prepare it because there are multiple witnesses that that would respond to different recommendations.
Okay. Ms. Padilla?
Yes, P&M had moved the admission of P&M Exhibit 6.
Any objection to what's been identified as P&M Exhibit 6? Mr. Babe's rebuttal testimony. Hearing no objection, P&M Exhibit 6 is admitted.
All right, and P&M would make Mr. Babe available for cross-examination at this time.
Let's look at P&M response to the bench request order issued on May 14th. 2021.
Yes, I have that, and I believe Mr. Bobby has that too.
Yeah, I don't have it printed out. I will have
I don't
to.
have my copy, as a matter of fact, but I know it's here somewhere. Madam Hearing Examiner, I mean, P&M, to the extent you believe it necessary, we are happy to move that into the record as an exhibit. I mean, it has been filed with Mr. Bobby's affirmation.
Yes, it has. And
notwithstanding that I can't find my copy, but
well, hang on, I'm looking on the supplemental.
Here it is. One moment. It's on the floor.
Well, there's the bench request order. Well, I thought I had it. I do have it in front of me, though. And essentially, what I wanted to refer to the document, as already acknowledged by you, Ms. Padilla, that the P&M response to the bench request order issued on May 14th contains a self-affirmation from Mr. Bobby that says, he says that he's read the response and he affirmatively states that the contents is true and correct to the best of his knowledge and belief. Correct? Do you do that, Mr. Bobby?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also acknowledge that, Ms. Padilla?
Yes, yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, I'd like it marked as an exhibit.
I believe it would be P&M Exhibit 10. If I could just check, my numbering was slightly off.
Okay. I think I'm only seeing, yeah, you're right. I see 9 that I have from you.
Yes, because Dr. Pitt's exhibits are 8 and 9, so this would be P&M Exhibit 10.
Okay.
And I'm happy to move that at this time, Madam Hearing Examiner, P&M Exhibit 10.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as P&M Exhibit 10, which is P&M's response to the Commission's bench request order of May 14th. This was filed by P&M on May 20th, and as already indicated, witness Bobby included a self-affirmation of this information. Hearing no objection, P&M Exhibit 10 is admitted. And now with that, Ms. Padilla, would you like to make your witness available?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Bobby is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And I believe, Mr. Albright, you have reserved 30 minutes.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Mr. Albright.
I have 50 minutes on what I'm looking at here.
Oh, sorry, that's Dr. Pitts. I'll move to the left. And yes, 50 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hall. And good afternoon, Mr. Babe.
Afternoon.
I'm Jeff Albright. I'm a sole practitioner, J. Albright Law LLC, and I represent Bernalillo County in this proceeding. So many questions in so little time, Mr. Babe. That may work in your favor here, I guess. I do have one just general question. Again, looking at your short bio that you included, does graduation in 2022 still look favorable?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm ready to be completed with that.
Good. I saw that in there. Well, good for you. I do have some general questions I want to ask. I'm not sure I will be able to get back to all of the things that were referred to from the previous witness to your expertise, but a couple things just at the outset. You made reference in your response to some preliminary questions about the resource planning group that you worked with. Who constitutes the resource planning group at P&M, and what role did you play? And that's a compound question, but I think obviously they're related.
So I'll start off by saying this. I'm not within the resource planning group. So that is the group that's in charge of the things like the integrated resource plan, I believe. And it's stated in my supplemental, I believe. I might have misspoken. It might be wholesale power marketing. I can check that, if I may go to my second supplemental testimony.
And I was trying to make it, well, we'll just leave it go at that. So who did comprise the resource planning group? Is that the group that's in charge of your IRPs?
It is, but as I mentioned, I think I misspoke. It was wholesale power marketing that helped me with the FERC report.
Okay, and so how does the EV program interface with the resource planning group?
Well, to go back to the resource planning group, we are separate within P&M. Resource planning does look at doing exactly that, planning resources for future growth. But the development of the TEP was done outside of the official IRP process.
And how is that distinguishable? A couple of times in your second supplemental testimony, you referred to P&M's utility margin team. So what is the utility margin team at P&M?
I unfortunately can't speak to that very eloquently, I'll admit. I do know that they are the ones that are able to look at, customer load and generation resources on an actual basis.
Well, for example, at the second supplemental testimony at page 3 on line 16, you say, I coordinated with P&M's utility margin team to obtain the information in this answer and the following 3 answers. Yes. So how did all of that, what was that interface?
So I simply reached out to the utility margin group with the questions that were provided to me, and then worked with them in order to craft a response to these questions.
And who heads the P&M utility margin team?
I'm not sure who heads it, to be perfectly honest, without the org chart in front of me.
Over what period of time did you work with these folks to get those answers?
It was a couple of weeks.
And I noticed as well that you were, for 2 years, you were in the customer solar interconnection department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role in that?
I was the technical program manager, was my title.
And what were your responsibilities or duties with regard to the solar interconnect department?
So my main duty or my main accomplishment during my time there was the implementation and rollout of an online interconnection application process. So that was big number one. And number two, I think the best way to think about it was the main point of contact for PNM between the solar contractors and the interconnection group.
So if people ran into issues with regard to not being able to interconnect because of capacity was already at the maximum amount, were you responsible for trying to get that resolved, or what role did you play in that?
That's one possible example. If there's a capacity issue, that's an engineering problem, maybe not a process problem.
Okay.
And so really what I would do is I would try and streamline the process as much as possible. If there were questions, if there seemed to be hangups, what I would do is really be the liaison between the contractors and then our internal side to help clear things up if something was stuck, or possibly to communicate, if there was a miscommunication going on. I would work with both parties to make sure we understood how we were implementing the rules of the program.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I may have some follow-up questions here as we get to some other things. So with regard to customers and stakeholders, I think you refer to that initially in your direct testimony at page 4 of your direct testimony. And I think referring to the list that was mentioned earlier this morning, why wasn't Bernalillo County one of the stakeholders that PNM reached out to?
I do believe that Bernalillo County was invited to a meeting, and I do believe you, Mr. Albright, were also invited. I don't know if it became anything, but we had a very open process, and if there was anyone left out, I made sure, at least during the meetings, like, hey, invite someone that you don't think is part of this meeting.
Okay, but you would certainly agree that that the EVs are certainly relevant to Bernalillo County with regard to sheriff department or with regard to the fire stations and rescue services and all of those types of things, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So on page, maybe more than one place, but how do you envision rooftop solar playing into the EV situation? In other words, could people charge their EVs using rooftop solar?
Do you mean, well, generally or residential or commercial? Is there a
mostly I'm talking about residential now.
Okay. So I'll speak to residential for the time being. So yes, if someone has a solar interconnection on their home and they plug in when the system is overproducing, meaning it's pushing excess energy back out onto the grid, they would have the ability, if they plug their EV in during the solar window, rather than those electrons going back out to the rest of the system, they would then go to the car.
And so if people do that, was that taken into calculation with regard to the revenue that PNM would or would not recover?
I would have to ask that any revenue questions or pricing questions be referred to PNM witness Dr. Pitts.
Dr. Pitts, okay. And again, looking at page 5 of your direct testimony, why limit the number of rebates for the level 2 chargers at 3,000? Was that what decision led to that number?
So that would actually be, it's a budgetary concern, but I think Dr. Pitts can speak to that very well.
Okay, well, you do have it in your testimony here, so I was just wondering on that, but I'll try to remember to ask Dr. Pitts that question.
And to fully answer your question, what I can say, it's The 3,000 is enough to serve, when we were designing it, it's enough to serve approximately 50% of what we see as the residential uptake in EVs over the 2-year course of this program.
And that 50% is for all residential, or is that those that are LMI?
No, that's all. The 3,000 is all residential.
All residents. On page 10 of your direct testimony, you talk about to follow the utility incentives model described in section 7.1 of P&M Exhibit AJB-2. That's at line 7 and 8. Do you see that? Page 10 of your direct testimony?
Do. Yes.
Okay. What is that model and who developed the model?
So the model, I would refer you actually to the exhibit in the section that I referenced there, which is
7.1.
Yeah, so it's on page 18 of exhibit AJB-2. And we can see different models there. And so as far as who developed them, I think this is probably a way to categorize these models as they've evolved over time. This was developed by the Union of Concerned Scientists, but I think that this does broadly represent the different scopes of programs that we see around the country.
And the one that P&M is recommending is the fourth one down, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it includes everything up to the customer meter, correct?
Well, what it does is it allows for utility incentive money to be spent on installation behind the customer's meter, but the utility is not looking to expand its jurisdiction beyond the meter.
Okay, and when you say up to the customer meter, does the customer end up buying the meter? Or is that included in the incentives?
I'm not sure what you mean. The customer meter would be part of the business.
Okay. At the bottom of page 10 of your direct testimony at lines 21 and 22, you talk about, I'll just read it there. The smart infrastructure will allow the customer to program the charger to align with off-peak times, continues on page 11, and have the option to participate in possible future programs, such as managed charging that require communication between the utility and the EVSE. Is that a correct representation of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What do you mean by the opportunity to participate in possible future programs such as managed charging?
So managed charging is a fancy EV term, essentially for demand response. So EVs, if there is a managed charging program, that can allow, in the event of a system need, customers can opt in to participate if they would want to charge their cars more, or if the charger would be turned off, sort of like other demand response programs that customers participate in, where they might turn off their air conditioners during peak times of the summer.
So this would be a program that would be instituted by P&M? Or could be?
Future. Could be. It could be. Yes.
Now, then on page 11, going to page 12. Again, we're still in the direct testimony.
Mhm.
Well, we'll begin on page 11. Lines 13 and 14, you state the number of charging station rebates was based on the total 7,800 expected EVs in P&M service area by the end of the program term. Two questions in that. Where the 7,800 expected EVs came from, and then what you meant by the end of the program term in that sentence.
So to answer your first question, the 7,800 is based on an S-curve model of what we think, I'll say aspirational adoption would look like in the years, but through the years 2022 and 2023. As far as the program term, that would be the end of the 2 years of this program. So that would be the end of 2023.
So an extension of the term past the 2 years could mean either different set of metrics or it could mean continuation of the same, depending what the data shows, correct? Is that a fair statement?
I would say that as part of our application, we are asking for the Commission's approval to file a subsequent TEP that would start in the year 2024. But that has not yet been determined what that program would entail.
Okay. So turning to page 12 and looking at the budget, and it is a question I asked earlier, and it may need to be reserved for Ms. Pitts. I'm still not quite following the numbers. So we have an $8.43 million program for the period. Is that correct?
If you look at my rebuttal testimony, it has been slightly altered. So I would refer you to P&M Exhibit 6 on page, if I can find it here, page 13.
Hang on a second, let me get there.
Take your time.
What page?
Page 13 of P&M Exhibit 6, which is my rebuttal testimony.
Okay. So 8.7 then for target.
Yeah, that's the target budget, correct.
8.713. And so do the other amounts with regard to the customer education and administrative costs change as well?
Neither one of those costs changes on as a result of changes by recommendations.
Okay, so we're still looking at roughly, I mean, 8.7 goes up, but we're still looking then, let's see, it was close to about 27, 28%, probably about 25% of the total cost then is tied up in administrative and customer education. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Just doing some back of the napkin calculations here. I think it's less than 17%.
Yeah, I get $2.463 million and unless the numbers have changed in customer education and admin costs out of the it will be out of the 8.713 then.
Oh, you're adding program admin and customer education together?
Correct.
Well, if you add those together, which I would personally I would recommend against because I see those as two different things.
Well, they are two different things.
Right. So if you were to add them together, 2.463 divided by 8.713. Yeah, it's about 28% if you add those two together.
That seems pretty high. Do you have any other programs in other states you've looked at to see what the comparable numbers are?
I'm not, well, I have never looked at programs thinking that those two would be lumped into one category. I see them as wholly separate. And I think that our program costs, when I do look at other programs, our administrative costs, when we look at programs around the country, are very measured.
But customers are going to pay for those, correct? They're going to pay for the customer education. They're going to pay for the admin costs, correct? Those aren't P&M funded. They're paid for by out of some budget mechanism, whether it's operation maintenance, whether it's for some line item, some rider, something that's going to pay for those, correct?
I would say the same could be said of all of the programs in this budget.
Hey, would you turn to page 16 of your direct testimony, please?
Yep.
Okay, and I just had a question at line 21, what you meant by, well, let's begin at 19 there, where you describe criteria for charging station rebates, whether residential or non-residential. Then you list several factors there. And number 2 there says, be networked to a public charging network. Could you explain what that is, please? Again, that's page 16 of direct.
Yeah, line 21.
Yes, at line 21.
So when I think of a public charging network, this would be, something like I'll use, and I know that they're a party in this case, but I'll use ChargePoint. They are a public charging network. That means that the data can be collected, and then if someone so chooses, they can list that charger as being available. Typically, residential customers will not do that, but that's what I mean by public charging network.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask, if that's something that P&M would like automatically read, or it has to be made available by the customer. And it's my understanding from what you've said is it's the latter.
It's a little different. So what I was referring to was if they're going to make it publicly available, it would show up on charging databases such as PlugShare if someone's looking for a charging station. Residential customers typically don't do that, but there is a data collection mechanism that would be able to aggregate that data on the back end.
And is that what number 3 refers to? Be capable of smart charging capabilities to program charging windows, or is that for the larger non-residential facilities?
No, that's also included for residential. There's a slight difference. There's some overlap there, but smart charging capability is really the ability to program charging windows as well as there's communication in order to participate in managed charging, or as we talked about, demand response.
Mr. Bobby, just at the outset, just so that I have an understanding of this, and this public charging network. I think Mr. Albright's already indicated, or you've indicated that these are non-residential chargers, correct?
No, this could be for residential or non-residential.
No, I mean, but let me be more specific. These are not, they're not owned by residential EV owners, correct?
No, they could be.
Okay, so then how are you distinguishing somebody who's going to use it for residential use and somebody who's public?
So they would be a P&M residential customer, and then the customer, when they set up the charging station, they would not make that charger publicly available. It's a private residential charger. All that we're looking for is that data connectivity.
Okay, and then how do you define public charging station?
So public charging station is different. That is a charger that is accessible by the public.
Okay, which is different than a charger that's used either for a single residential use or for a multifamily use.
Correct. Anything behind the fence is not a public station. So if you have one in your garage, that is a residential charger. If you live at a multifamily housing unit and it's behind the fence, if you will, then that's not a public station. That is on not for the public to use.
And other than these 4 criteria, are there any other requirements for these public charging stations?
Yes, if you go to the exhibit AJB-2, and I'll find the section and page here for you. A full list of the requirements for public charging stations. They are broken up between DC fast charging and level 2 charging. So the requirements for public DC fast charging are listed on page 23 of exhibit AJB-2. And level 2 is listed on page 24. For public charging, again, that is different than residential charging.
And based upon, did you decide that these ought to be the criteria?
Yeah, well, working with our large group of stakeholders, and also just looking around the industry about what reasonable requirements are. That's how we determine these.
And on bullet point 4, you say both types of non-proprietary charging plugs.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of that?
So the easiest example is just to be very transparent about it. So Tesla network is a proprietary charging network. Only Teslas and Tesla owners are able to use it. But what we are trying to do is really advocate for publicly accessible charging, which means one of the 2 open standards for charging connectors, which are the CCS combo charger and the CHAdeMO charger. So one of them is the former is a North American standard that's also used by a lot of Europeans. The latter is a Japanese standard that is at this point, I think, only used by Nissan.
Okay, so what does that mean to just somebody that wants to charge their car? Okay, I have to have the kind of EV that's going to use this SAE combo or the CHAdeMO.
The CHAdeMO, yeah, it's a horrible acronym. So any EV can do any EV that can take a DC fast charge will be able to use one of those. Even Teslas can use one of those with an adapter. The Tesla network, though, cannot be used by other manufacturers and is considered a proprietary network, so they are not included. So we only want to incentivize stations that use the open standards for charging connectors, which any EV that would take a DC fast charge will use one of those.
Okay, so do you know whether or not your existing, I think I read in the testimony that you have like 2,800 EV customers. Is that approximately correct?
Yeah, that was correct at the time of filing. Of course, it's a moving target.
Okay. Are all 2,800 going to be able to charge with this SAE combo and the other one?
For those that are able to accept a DC fast charge, yes. A lot of the really early ones, or maybe some hybrids, they don't have DC fast charging capabilities. That's that's really the full battery electrics typically.
Okay. And then what about the new ones? So for example, if I saw a commercial on the news today for a brand new Cadillac EV. Is that going to be able to charge using these outlet plug things that you're talking about?
Yeah, it will. So the industry is consolidating mostly around the CCS combo, but the CHAdeMO is still considered one of the open standards. So, but yeah, any of the new ones will be able to use one of these plugs.
So you're not aware of whether or not some of the newer and newer models of cars or trucks are gonna try to have something similar to Tesla?
I can't speak for the auto manufacturers, but I would doubt it.
But that's not who you're trying to incentivize with these two types of plugs.
Correct. We are trying to really make this an open standard, and so these are also, just to note, these are also the open standards required by the Federal Highway Administration when they're looking at DC fast charging stations to be included on their corridors.
Okay, and then you keep referring to the fast charge. What about the other? What about the other, like the level 2?
So the level 2 is again a terrible engineering term. It's a J1772 connector. Tesla does have their own one of those too, but the J1772 is standard.
Okay, very well. Thanks for my other question about these chargers. Do they have more than one port?
Some of them, yeah. So typically level 2 chargers, I would say the most ubiquitous kind that we're starting to see is a dual port level 2. The DC fast charging stations will often have 2 connectors, but only one of them can be used at one time. So you'll either charge using the CCS combo or charge using the CHAdeMO, depending on the car you have. I like to think about it's like gas and diesel, right? We're used to seeing 2 things, but it's not that 2 people are filling up with one credit card on those.
Well, then what's the benefit
of the different charging connectors?
Well, I understand the benefit of having the 2 charging connectors, but you don't have any chargers where you can have 2 vehicles charging at the same time?
So the level 2s typically do. They have there's dual port level 2 charging stations are that's pretty standard. That's something we see a lot. The 2 that P&M own actually as of today are dual port, but on the DC fast charging, typically they just have one of each of these standards so that any of the cars that pull up to it can use that type of charger or connector, I should say.
And there's not anything bigger?
So the charging connectors at this point are all standardized. The power or the capacity that can be delivered is going up, but using those standard connectors.
Right, but no, I'm talking about, are there any chargers that you're trying to incent that are bigger?
What do you mean by bigger?
Well, is there like a better fast charge that might have 4 or 8 ports?
So, technology is developing at this point. We're most familiar with DC fast charging stations that have both connectors, but only one active port at a time. That's not to say that there couldn't be technology out there with more, but we are incentivizing at least multiple stations in any given location. So I believe on the DC fast chargers, any qualifying premises can be up to 4. So we're trying to make that available so that there's not just a single one somewhere.
But the actual equipment itself doesn't exist.
With more than one charging port, it may at this point. I think that there is some technology that is doing that, but that when we're just looking at the standard, what is most common in the market today for DC fast charging, it is a single, I'll call it a dispenser head with 2 connectors, one of CHAdeMO, one of combo CCS or CCS combo, and one of those can be in use at one time.
And is there any difference for the kind of charger that one would use for a Leaf as opposed to a city bus?
So I think that the buses, and I'm stepping a little bit out of my comfort zone, I think the buses are also standardizing. I don't think that they use CHAdeMO, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, like, so if you're incentivizing, you know, these chargers, and, you know, say you had, you know, a bus, you know, could the bus pull into the same charger that the Leaf did, or the light pickup?
I don't think it would fit, first and foremost, but that we do have a separate budget item for mass transit, for mass transit to put in their own dedicated infrastructure. And I think that that's the best way to serve that market, either via depot charging, which would be, you know, an onboard, like a typical connector that you would plug in, like a CCS combo if it's going to be DC fast charging. And then some of them have overhead chargers, and I can't tell you exactly what the connector port looks like on an overhead on-route charger.
Okay. All right. Thank you for helping me try to understand going to the electric gas station.
Of course, yeah. I don't think the bus will pull across the spots. I can almost guarantee you that.
Well, and I was thinking, you know, the only charger I'm familiar with is at Sprouts. And it's like at the end of the parking lot. So I think the bus could fit, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, there's plenty of room for the car to fit, or for the bus to fit. And that's why I was just wondering, you know, if the bus needed to top off for some reason, you know, could the bus just pull right in, or is there again some type of specialized?
Yeah, theoretically, I think they could, but we have set aside a mass transit budget for infrastructure because we do see that as an important market. But I think that they should probably charge at their own depot and not at Sprouts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I never see anybody at the Sprouts one, so it might, you know, they might want to go to the Sprouts ones. There's no line. Okay, thank you, sir. And
No problem.
I had stopped your time, Mr. Albright, so now I will resume your time. You have 27 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, no, didn't cheat you.
Still related to the same subject, if you can look at page 18 of your direct testimony, toward the bottom, this is where you talk about some of the other installations of the public DCFCs. And you have there, no qualifying premises can receive more than 4 rebates. So a couple of questions embedded within that single sentence there. Qualifying premises, who determines what a qualifying premise is?
So for this, a qualifying premises would need to be publicly available. Again, it couldn't be behind the fence at somewhere, and you know, it couldn't be somewhere where the public couldn't access it, since these are supposed to be publicly accessible chargers.
So this wouldn't be for, let me just stop you there for a second. So this wouldn't be, for example, a bunch of utility vehicles that are owned by or run by, let's say, CenturyLink or somebody. They would have to make that available. That facility would have to be available to the public as well as to their own individual vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would have to be publicly accessible.
Okay. All right. And then why 4?
4 was, we wanted to offer the ability to install multiple charging stations at a given location. Again, just in case you don't want people waiting if they need to. It can be more akin to a gas station where multiple people could be using it at one time. At the same time, we didn't want to have too many, just because that would limit the geographical dispersion of the incentives over P&M service area. So we thought that by limiting it to 4, that could help to scatter them throughout our service area better.
And so related to that, we have a cap on the individual number of EV stations. There's some limitation here again because of budget constraints. And I assume that that's a true statement, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I will say when we were looking at the number of chargers to incentivize, again, we use this sort of aspirational goal of 7,800 EVs by the end of 2023, and then designed to that.
Did you, and I asked the question earlier, the first witness for PNM, did you consult with your counterparts at EPE or SPS or the electric co-ops or anyone with respect to what they plan with regard to the types of installations and also similar limitations on disbursement?
We spoke with them. I wouldn't say that we coordinated as far as the numbers, just because our service areas are very, very different.
And because this is going to be, it's being proposed as a rider on the bill. This would appear as a rider on everyone's bill, correct? In other words, the low and middle income, the LMI folks who either don't have access because they're in an apartment complex with no charging station assigned or available nearby, or just in a poor area where one of these stations is, and we'll get to the map here in a little bit. They're going to pay the same rider, somebody who does use the service or has access to the service, if it's included as a rider, correct?
Yeah, it'll be on a per rate class, but yes, those will be a rider on customer bills. Everyone that has an opportunity to participate will have that rider.
And that would also apply, I assume, to the public DCFCs as well. In other words, anybody who might fall into that category, any customer, business, I don't know, Intel or somebody else that may have its own special rate class per se, they would be assessed via a rider on their bill as well, correct?
At this point, I would have to, again, refer these questions about the rider to Dr. Pitts.
Okay. On page 19, there's discussion about fees beginning on line 10 to 14. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and it says EVSE shall have the Europay, MasterCard, Visa chip reader to allow for point of sale transaction. Other additional points of sale such as app-based payment, and then it goes into are permissible but not required. So usually there is an additional fee associated with those types of charges. So is that simply incurred by the customers who use those means to pay?
It would.
Excuse me, could you give me the page and number again, please? Page number.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 19, lines 10 to 12.
Thank you, and that's the direct testimony stuff?
Yes, in the direct testimony. Okay. Direct testimony, page 19, lines 10 to 12.
So I would say that the customer would be responsible for the prices, however they are set by the site host. So just like if we go to the grocery and pay with our credit card, you pay what comes up on the register.
On page 24, in the middle of that first paragraph, basically lines 8 through 11.
Mm-hmm.
It reads, second, EVs can assist with the integration of variable resources such as wind and solar by increasing the amount of electricity demand during times when overall demand is low or there is excess capacity on the grid. This goes back to some questions I was asking earlier in the day that I just don't quite follow. If most of the charging, if the beneficial time of use is during the off hours, which is usually in the evening, and that's what's been proposed here, it seems to me that your solar and wind generally are not going to be available unless you have battery storage as well. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. I can expand if that would be helpful.
I would, yeah, I would like you to expand on that a bit.
Yeah, so I think PNM witness Rowie did address this a little bit. So there's two things at play here, and there's two rates. And again, I would defer detailed discussion of the rates to Dr. Pitts, but there's two different rates. So the residential whole home EV rate incentivizes charging overnight. Overnight, typically the system is underutilized. That's when our lowest load is during the day. And so there is a benefit to trying to shift new load to the overnight period where the vehicle is parked. Because typically what will happen is people arrive at 5 p.m., they plug in the vehicle, and that exacerbates the peak. And so what we're trying to do is get them to shift their behavior to utilize that overnight period. At the same time, wind is actually higher at night. That's when wind peaks is typically in the evening hours or the overnight, early morning. It's not typically a daytime generation resource. It's a nighttime generation resource. The other thing, excuse me, the other rate that we are proposing here is the commercial EV charging rate, which has different periods during the day. And so there is an off-peak period in the middle of the day when there is typically abundant solar available.
When is that?
Oh, Mr. Bobby, we've lost your audio. Alaric?
Yes.
We lost your audio there for a moment.
Oh, hello?
At least I did.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, apologies. Maybe I turned away from the mic too far. So page 29 in exhibit AJB-2 outlines the times for the commercial EV charging rate. And you can see there's some seasonality there. And again, it is to offset the peak.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Well, I have lots of questions, but I'd like to turn to your exhibit AJB-1 supplemental 3-11 2021, page 101. It's the colored map showing EV charging locations in low income.
Yes.
You have it there?
I do.
Okay. There's an insert that shows two inserts. One that shows the Santa Fe area, the other that shows the charging locations, low income for Albuquerque. And those are the box insets there. You see those?
I do.
Okay. And it has EV charge locations. And let's just look at, well, either one, but let's look at, look at the insert for Albuquerque in the lower right-hand corner. How were the EV charge locations chosen?
At this point, they were all chosen by customers. This represents mostly private businesses that have installed these. I think some maybe by the city or the county.
Well, and that's where I was going to get. If we look at the color, profile, you know, there's some that, and the color profiles are based upon low income. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and 2 times, less than 2 times the poverty level, correct?
That's correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, what page is this?
I'm sorry, it's the colored map at PNM. It's in the supplemental testimony. It's PNM exhibit AJB-1, page 1 of 1.
Okay, and it's the first supplemental?
It should look something like this.
I've seen it before, I just don't remember which document it was in.
Yeah, it is in the, it sure I have this
Exhibit
right.
4? Is it
It's in the
exhibit 4?
supplemental testimony. The first supplemental testimony.
Okay.
And Commissioner, it's at the page, at the upper right, it's labeled Exhibit AJB-1 supplemental. It's right after page 35. If you go to the supplemental testimony, it should be the page right after
I
35.
found it. I found it. Thank you very much.
Sure. You're welcome, Commissioner. So looking at the inserts there are large areas. Well, first of all, would you explain the percentages as far as the breakdown goes on the different blocks?
Yeah, so to speak generally to it, so the color coding here, that base map is actually imported by the EPA's EJ screen tool, which stands for Environmental Justice Screening. It's an open source map developed and made available by the, oh, there we go. Thought everything disappeared.
There you go.
So the colors are made available by the Environmental Protection Agency's Environmental Justice Screening tool. And the colors there, I believe it starts with sort of a light yellow, is the 80th percentile, and then going up of low income population. And so when you try and correlate it, the 80th percentile is equivalent to about 50% of the population lives at or below 200% of the federal poverty level.
So if we look at, for example, the large south of Albuquerque, if we look at the large yellow areas there, or even look in the Albuquerque area where we have some yellow area there. There are areas, it looks like, in the southeast quadrant of Albuquerque, probably in southeast. Large areas in the southwest, once you get away from the near downtown area, that have like no service at all, and yet they're in the 80 to 90, 90 to 95, 95 to 100 percentile area. So that's why I wanted to know who picked the criteria for where these charging stations would go.
So as of now, it was all, these are private site hosts, are what these data points represent.
I'm sorry, they're private, excuse
site
me?
Hosts?
Like individual businesses?
Yeah, typically businesses. There's, I know there's a couple of car dealerships. There's a couple of, as I said, I think the city owns a station that's downtown. These could be any number of things.
Because it looks like to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, but would you agree that there are large areas where, if you can scroll back down to Albuquerque, you're in Santa Fe right now, to the box there on the insert, there are large areas that people are going to have to either charge their car miles away from the home in the nighttime hours that we're proposing that they use in order to get a charge, or I don't know. I mean, it just looks somewhat disproportionate to the low and middle income folks.
Well, if I can respond to at least one thing, so the whole home EV rate, where we're really incentivizing overnight charging from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., that is a residential rate. So that charging station would be at your residence. So we're not proposing that people drive somewhere to charge overnight with the residential time of use rate.
But if you're in an apartment complex or condominium, I mean, I have, my daughter lives has a condominium. She couldn't get it charged at her condominium unless each condominium block has their own charging facility. I have a secretary, or had a secretary before she moved, who single parent mom, living by herself in an apartment that's upstairs. She doesn't have access to one of these things unless, again, you're going to have one in a 4-unit apartment, or even a 6 or a 10-unit apartment. So I'm just
Oh,
concerned
sorry.
about what I would call the social injustice of some of this.
Understood, and we do have budget set aside specifically for multifamily housing, both in low-income neighborhoods as well as just generally.
You haven't convinced me just yet, but I understand. I understand it's also a work in progress.
It's a tough nut to crack, but that's why we thought it was important to include budget specifically for multifamily housing units, because that does pose a barrier to adoption for those residents, and we do understand that.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Commissioner Hall.
I just wondered if I could follow up on these questions, just
Yes, ma'am.
one question of my own. I may have been asked and answered already, but I just wanted to ask again, if so, on what basis were these sites located? Was it a result of a collaborative process they went through, or on what basis?
And
Or-
just to clarify, Commissioner Hall, my understanding is that these are current locations.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is that Mr. Bobby?
That's correct. These are current locations. We are not proposing to dictate the placement of charging stations through this TEP.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. And I have a sort of an unstable connection, so I apologize if I sound like I am not listening. I'm trying to very hard.
No worries.
Thanks.
As a follow-up to Commissioner Hall's question there, how will the locations be chosen? Because we do have limits on the LMI. We do have limits on the higher capacity. How are those going to be decided? Who's going to make the determination as to who gets what? And yet, you know, my secretary's still going to have to pay if it's as a rider, and my daughter's still going to have to pay even if the only one in. I mean, they would need 30 or 40 individual ones within just her condominium development alone, at least that many, because of the way the structures are located and combined. Who's going to make that determination?
So at this junction, we are proposing a first come, first serve for the incentive amounts. So that will allow over the 2-year term of the budget, we're not going to try and make selections. As long as they meet the requirements, the first applications will be processed first.
And isn't that going to be skewed by those who can more likely afford it?
Well, I guess it would be skewed by who puts it in first. But again, that's why we do have set asides specifically for low to moderate income customers that we think will help the equity of this program.
Madam Hearing Examiner, can I just check as to how much more time I have left?
Yep, 6 minutes.
Thank you. On page 4 of your supplemental testimony, you have EV charging corridors in New Mexico. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So one of the issues, once you get outside of Albuquerque and you get outside of Santa Fe or Las Cruces or some of these other higher density, is how do we ensure that the issues of long distance driving, particularly in New Mexico, are addressed?
So yeah, that's a really good question. I think one of the tough things here is, of course, P&M service area does not cover the entire state. We cover our sections of service area. So there is infrastructure that's needed. P&M was a key stakeholder in the process of designating these alternative fuel corridors throughout New Mexico. I'm happy to say that the state, so that would be MNRD as well as NMDOT, We do have the first EV-ready corridor between Albuquerque and Santa Fe in the state of New Mexico. And then the rest of the interstates are listed as corridor pending by the Federal Highway Administration. So there is activity at the state that is looking at these corridors outside of individual utility service areas and trying to determine the best way to expand charging infrastructure across the state.
Doesn't that just beg for coordination with the other IOUs or for the electric co-ops that serve, in particular, that serve large rural areas of New Mexico?
Well, I believe that utilities have their role to play, and which is why we've been engaged with the state. However, what I wouldn't say is that utility programs meant to serve customers within a service area should be expected to cover to cover spaces outside of their given service areas.
No, I would certainly agree with that, but I would also think that it just begs for coordination or cooperation with other ones. But I'm not supplying testimony here. Go ahead.
Madam Hearing Examiner would object because I think Mr. Albright misstates Mr. Babe's testimony. Mr. Babe hasn't indicated there's a lack of coordination.
Well,
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'll just rephrase the question. What coordination have you had with those people? With the other two IOUs and with the electric co-ops?
So I can answer very easily with the other IOUs. So we did submit a joint letter to Electrify America. I think that was either in a supplemental or some discovery questions, asking for more charging infrastructure to be placed in New Mexico, specifically along these interstate corridors. As far as the co-ops, there hasn't been direct coordination. I know I was involved in an EV stakeholder meeting up at the PRC pre-COVID times where a lot of the co-ops were present. We do tend to speak about best practices, but we don't. The co-ops are a little bit different, so I won't say that there was any tangible thing that I can point you to as far as coordination with them.
Hey, Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe that's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Babe. I appreciate your time and your candor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. It looks like, Ms. Sir, you reserved 15 minutes. Is that correct?
You're
Unmute
muted,
yourself.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Can I have just a minute to gather a couple things?
Well, we can go ahead and take our 10-minute recess. That way we won't waste time. We want to go ahead and we'll take our 10-minute recess. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Ruth, can you check your email?
Of course, let me look. Yes, ma'am, I have it. Thank you.
Okay, I sent, the second one was a mistake. The first one had two. The first one had two, and then the third one should have had the remainder.
Okay.
So basically, we're looking at 7. So if you right, so if you don't get 7, let me know.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Court reporter. Yes. Hi, I'm Sarah Gerson. I'm a counsel for Prosperity Works. If this were an in-person hearing, I would introduce myself and give you my card so you have my contact information. Do we need to do anything like that here for this remote hearing?
You know, I think I have on the list all the attorneys.
Okay, great.
On there with your law firm, so I think I'll be able to find it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bobby, if you don't mind, could you get out Mr. Baumheffner's direct testimony and have that available for your cross-examination?
Yes, that's CCAE Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe you're on mute.
But that's okay. Thanks for telling me. I was saying I was just giving the last admonition to my dog to stop snoring. I don't know if you could hear her. I guess she's not as engaged as we are. Okay, I think we can go back on the record. And Ms. Zer, you have questions for Mr. Bobby, and you reserved 15 minutes, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bobby, I want to ask you about your rebuttal testimony. You don't have to refer to it, but if you have it, I'll give you a page number. I don't mind doing that. At page 25 of your rebuttal testimony, you reject this suggestion made by CCA witness Max Baumheffner to ensure that the default arrangement for time of use price signals, that they be passed through to EV drivers so they have a reason to charge in a manner consistent with grid conditions. And you stated that PNM believes that the price for charging should be left up to the discretion of the site host. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me have you look at page 32 of Mr. Baumheffner's testimony. And he refers to HB 521 on line 3. And wouldn't you agree that HB 521 requires the commission to consider if proposed transportation electrification plans are reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electrical system efficiency, integration of variable resources, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak?
Yes, I agree that's part of the statute.
And would you agree that making the default arrangement to have a pass-through of time variant rates to the end users, wouldn't that be more likely to improve the utilities electrical system efficiency?
So we've taken a market-based approach with our proposal, and I do believe that site hosts should have the discretion to set the pricing structure that would best serve multiple considerations that they may be facing. I would expand on that a little bit by saying that if the underlying electricity is cheaper, they already have a built-in incentive to try and incentivize more charging during that period than when it's more expensive for them.
So you say you're trying to give customers choice, but if the recommendation of Mr. Baumheffner to ensure the default arrangement was the underlying time of use price signals were passed through to drivers, if that were adopted, wouldn't Site House still retain discretion to implement an alternative to that default arrangement?
Yes, if it's just a default arrangement, of course they could change it later, and I think that also would beg the question about why would it be necessary to implement as a default if they could change it afterwards.
Well, did you read Mr. Baumheffner's testimony? I would refer you to page 32. What happens, and I'm at line 14, what happens if time variant price signals are not visible to drivers? And at that point, he explains some real world data from a utility. And if you turn to the next page, page 33, it shows you that without sending the time variant signals to drivers, what their usage looks like. And as you can see from the diagrams on page 33 of Mr. Baumheffner's testimony, 9 o'clock a.m. is where workplace charging is peaking without time variant signals. And in the graph at the bottom, destination center charge points, just really no correlation to peak, right? Or off peak, it's just kind of random. Would you agree?
I would say that this is a workplace example. As far as the time variant prices for non-residential that we are proposing in this, they would have to go on to the 3F rate, which may or may not apply to many situations.
Okay, but again, what I'm asking is why not have the default be to send price signals? People can opt out of that. Why would you have the default to not send time variant price signals if it's better for the grid to have it, to have price varying time signals?
Again, we are providing time variant price signals when using the non-residential rate 3F. That a customer may choose or may not choose to go on that rate. And I think in general, we have tried to take this market-based approach. So if we are providing the price signal to the customer, it may or may not be the end user depending on the charging station that's being used. But that time varying price signal is given to the customer, but we believe it's up to their discretion how to set that time based on their use case.
Can you clarify here, when you're talking about customer, are you talking about the person who has the charging station set up, who owns the charging station, or are you talking about the end users, the people charging their cars?
Yeah, that's a good clarification. So in this case, when I'm saying customer, I'm referring to the P&M customer, which is who would be paying the rate that they go on to.
Okay, so the P&M customer, they own the charge station, but the guys out there charging their cars, they're not getting those price signals, right?
Not necessarily. Again, I think that there is an incentive to pass on if you have an underlying price signal that you're getting as a supplier of electricity. In this case, you do have an incentive to try and maximize the amount of charging during the time when your underlying costs are less.
So did you review the data provided by Mr. Baumheffner that shows that what happened in Cal Edison, where they were not sending signals through to the end users, the people charging their cars, and how different it looked when they sent the price signals through to those users? And this is in Mr. Baumheffner's testimony. In other words, the usage that benefited the grid was the one where end users were getting those price signals, right?
I do see the data that's been presented here, and I do see that if that is, if a customer is responding to that, people will respond to lower price signals.
Okay. So I refer you to the bottom of page 35 of Mr. Baumheffner's testimony, and he suggests a simple nudge in the form of a time of use price signal seen by EV drivers is sufficient to push EV charging to hours of the day when it benefits the grid and when fuel cost savings can be maximized. In order to actually make this beneficial for the grid and all ratepayers, wouldn't it make sense just to make sending and passing those price signals through to end users if it would have such an extreme amount of benefit versus not doing that?
So if I'm looking at page 35, and I'm not familiar with TOU EV1, but this to me looks like a residential charging curve most likely. And we in that case, we are passing the price signal directly on to the customer, which is the owner of the home or the renter, the occupant, who would be charging their EV. My concern really comes in with the non-residential, because there's a lot of other considerations I think that businesses may want to make when setting price signals.
So if you were to set the default to be to pass on the price signals, I'd simply point out on page 36, Mr. Baumheffner says the vast majority of those customers have chosen to pass the dynamic price signals to EV drivers. And as a result, 90% of kilowatt hours delivered in the program occurred during off-peak and super off-peak. So again, I'm just, once again, back to the question, what's the harm of making the default to pass through time variant price signals if your customers can opt out of that? At least get them set on the right path. Do you think P&M might want to consider doing that?
I guess I don't see the need for a requirement to force someone into something that they have to then opt out of. I think I would prefer if the customer could opt in to simply passing on P&M's TOU rates if they so choose. But again, I think that businesses there or site hosts that are putting in these stations at non-residential locations, especially those that are opting to go into the 3F rate, which is really the only, I think, applicable rate here, they may have other considerations at play. And so I think that they should be able to set the charging times as they see most appropriate from the get-go.
You keep suggesting that this is limiting choices. How is it limiting anybody's choice to make the default to opt out of the rate that most benefits the grid instead of having them opt into the rate that most benefits the grid? How does that limit anybody's choice?
I guess I see it as just one more hurdle for someone making the choice to install an EV charger at their home or business. I don't have, all I can tell you is some anecdotal evidence that I've heard where some customers may not even be aware that they have the ability or right to opt out of this. And so that is why I have not included this as a requirement.
So what if they don't realize they have the right to opt out of not sending time variant price signals? So they won't do that? The majority are not going to send those signals that help the grid?
Well, customers are aware that they have the ability to set charging prices as they want, and actually Section 2 of House Bill 521 specifically allows site hosts to charge for the sale of electricity and not be regulated as a utility. And I think taking that to heart of not trying to include the same requirements or the same hurdle on those customers is my position.
Okay, I'm going to move on. So I would like to ask you about, let's turn to page 6 of your direct testimony. I want to ask you about the pilot non-residential EV rates. And you state on page 6 that the proposed pilot non-residential rate does not have a demand charge associated with it, which removes a major barrier that has slowed down the deployment of charging stations around the country. Why do demand charges slow down the deployment of charging stations?
I'm hearing
So-
examiner. Excuse me, which testimony is this?
Direct?
Direct?
Is that right,
Okay, thank
Ms. Zerr?
Yes, Your Honor, Commissioner Hall, it's direct testimony of the witness Babe at page 6 at the bottom third of the page.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so my question was, could you tell me why demand charges are a major barrier that have slowed down the deployment of charging stations around the country?
Sure. So this is like my favorite topic actually to talk about. So demand represents the power delivered to a load, in this case an electric vehicle, whereas the battery capacity represents the energy. So power and energy are very different things. A demand charge is a price per kilowatt, or a price for the power that you would pay, whereas a kilowatt hour rate is capacity. So it's like the amount of water in the bucket. So demand charges have been a huge hurdle for the EV charging industry because the utilization rate of a lot of charging stations is very low. And so, for example, if you have a 50 kilowatt charger to charge a 100 kilowatt hour battery, you might end up paying 50 kilowatts of demand, but only 100 kilowatt hours of capacity. And so what could happen is that you get a lopsided bill that you are unable to collect enough from the small number of EV drivers at this point that are filling up their battery to offset your demand charges. So we are trying to remove that barrier by proposing a volumetric only rate that is a rate without demand charges.
Could you explain a little bit more about demand charges? So about the ratchet and about how many minutes of that level of demand gets you that charge in kilowatts. If you understand, do you understand my questions?
I don't understand what the ratchet is.
Okay, so let's say you're using 50 kilowatts. If I just use that for 10 seconds, and it's 50 kilowatts above my normal usage of 100 kilowatts. Is my demand charge based on 100 or 150 if I use an incremental 50 more for 15 seconds?
If you're using, so it's set, I'll answer it this way. It's set as your peak demand during a 15-minute period throughout the billing cycle.
Okay, so does that mean if I use that 50 megawatts above my normal peak demand to charge my car for 15 minutes during the month, will I incur a demand charge based on 150 rather than 100 kilowatts?
You will incur a demand charge based on the peak demand during that month. So I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll stick with my example of a 50 kilowatt charger. You will get a 50 kilowatt demand charge on your bill. Only if one car charges during the month, and let's say they charge for, let's just make it an even half hour. If they charge for 30 minutes, you will have a demand charge of that 50 kilowatt peak within the billing period.
And what if instead
you got 2 minutes?
2 minutes? Okay. All right, I'm going to move ahead. I'm going kind of slow here then. So my question to you is about this pilot that you're doing. And I understand from looking at your testimony and from Dr. Pitts that PNM may propose a demand charge in the future, correct?
Possibly. That it's hard to know what the future holds, so I will restrict myself from crystal balling. But this is a pilot rate.
And if demand charges have been such an impediment to getting people to adopt EVs and charging stations and all that, why would PNM want to do that? Why would P&M implement a demand charge? Wouldn't that discourage people that know that's coming from ever adopting, from ever putting in a charge station and making that investment?
Well, I would point you to think about, again, what we're trying to address today is this imbalance between a demand charge and a kilowatt hour charge. So as the utilization rate increases along with the rate of adoption of electric vehicles, the number of kilowatt hours, the amount of energy sold at a single charging station, will eventually be greater and will make up the majority of the bill. This is very similar to what you see in our other non-residential customer classes, that they're on rates with demand charges because they are large users of energy. So they pay a lower kilowatt hour cost and a higher demand charge. But when you have a low load factor, such as an EV charging station in 2022 in New Mexico, let's say, the demand charge becomes a barrier. So we wanted to remove it while the utilization rate is low.
To me, this is concerning because you're trying to encourage people to sign up and install equipment by not offering a demand charge. But yet people, if they read your filings, say, but we're going to have one in the future. Shouldn't that give people pause that they don't know if their investment is going to pencil out with this level of uncertainty? That's my last question.
No worries. So again, I think, we're really, what we're trying to do here is transform the market and encourage large scale EV adoption across New Mexico. And so in the future, again, it's hard to crystal ball and say that anything is for certain for an indefinite amount of time. So as that utilization rate increases, it may make more sense for customers to go onto a more traditional non-residential rate when that makes sense. And so I think that's how I would answer your question. I understand that people might think about their long-term business, but I think that goes into installing a charging station today anyways.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby, either way, whether you charge demand or don't charge demand, it's a win-win for P&M, right? Because if you charge the demand, you're getting the money whether or not the charger's utilized. And then if the charger is utilized, even if there's not a demand, you're still going to make money on the volumetric, right?
As far as the recovery, I'm not sure. That might be something you would want to ask Dr. Pitts, but I would say that if you have the demand, the way that we're coming about this is less people will be inclined to install EV charging stations, specifically DC fast charging stations, which have higher demand. And so we want to remove that barrier, and hopefully that will also help to spur larger amounts of EV adoption when people see these stations publicly available.
I guess my question is, under either scenario, there's really no risk to P&M.
There could be a risk to customers if customer dollars are spent on charging stations that become disused over time.
I'm not talking about your customers, Mr. Bobby. I'm talking about P&M.
I'm definitely not the P&M financial person. I'm really work on customer programs, so I can only present my point of view.
Okay, very well. Ms. Beatles, you have questions for Mr. Bobby?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you.
And you reserve 25 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bobby.
Afternoon.
For purposes of my cross-examination and maybe also for the record, I just want to clear up your use of the term stations. Does that refer to a single charging unit that may have more than one port?
Yeah, that's a good clarification. So yes, short answer, yes. When I say stations, it could be a single station, or as we were discussing earlier, a DC fast charging station has two ports, but they're not simultaneously in use. So there's the two different types of DC fast charger. As far as the level 2, a station could be single or dual, and we did try to address that discrepancy in my rebuttal testimony.
And also there could be more than one station at a single location, correct?
That's correct.
So if I pull up to the Taos ski area and I see several different charging units lined up towards the entrance, incentivizing you to drive EVs so you don't have to take the shuttle or walk very far, that each of those units is a separate station, even though they are all at the same location.
That is correct. Yeah, a station, in the way that I've tried to define it, is as a single, I'll say dispenser head, again, thinking of a gas station, not, but again, the vocabulary is terrible. So one dispenser head could have 2 ports, could have 1. But we tried to address that by changing it to a per port incentive for level 2.
Okay, I thought I understood till you just said the gas station, because I'm thinking at the gas station, there could be 12 or more pumps at the gas station, but it's still just one gas station.
Yeah, I realized that when I was saying that sentence. So it's a bad.
Okay. Not like a gas station.
Not like I'm thinking of like a single dispenser head at a gas. When I say charging station, I'm thinking of a single dispenser head. It may have 1 port, it may have 2, and we tried to address that discrepancy.
Okay, so each dispenser head is its own gas station.
It's its own charging station.
Okay. Right. But in your analogy, the gas station only has 1 of those.
It's a bad, yes, gas station was poor vocabulary use on my part.
I think I have it. Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Where would light duty electric trucks charge? Or I should put it this way, where would electric light duty trucks charge?
You mean like a pickup truck?
Yes, like the new electric F-150s.
Yeah.
That President Biden drove.
Oh, don't worry. I watched the reveal. I'm a huge nerd for this stuff. So, so that could charge at any of these types of stations. So DC fast charging, if it wanted a faster charge, an L2 charger, if it was parked for a longer time, and any of those stations would be available for the light duty trucks.
Okay. Let me change the topic slightly. So you listened to the hearing this morning, I imagine. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you listened to Ms. Rowe testifying, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you recall that I asked her about the New Mexico climate report that she cited and footnoted twice in her direct testimony, right?
Correct.
So are you aware that the New Mexico climate report also includes and refers to the E3 greenhouse gas inventory and forecast study that you state in PNM Exhibit 10 that the commission shouldn't consider? Are you aware of that? That New Mexico climate report refers to and cites the E3 study?
I'll answer it a little bit. I'll answer it like this. I am aware that the climate report does reference that. I would push back a little bit about saying I'm saying to not consider it. I'm saying to not consider it as a metric at this time.
Okay, and that's what I want to clear up through cross-examination with you. So you're not suggesting that the commission should disregard the E3 study. You're suggesting that the commission should not apply the, just a second, the mitigation or decarbonization scenario at this time, right?
Not exactly. What I'm suggesting is that the E3 report itself states that that it's not meant to be an action plan. It's rather meant to show different pathways to deep decarbonization. And so I go on in my response about the reasons why I believe that is not, again, not a metric to be used for this TEP. But I'm not saying that the report itself should be thrown to the side.
And you're not saying that the WEV REST report be thrown to the side or process be thrown to the side either, right?
Well, I'll say New Mexico is a supporter of Rev West. I've worked with people at the state on the Rev West initiative. I think that it is a great endeavor for regional planning, but I do not believe that it's an appropriate metric for a utility TUP.
Mm-hmm. But aren't portions of the, just a second, let me get the exact name of that corridor. Aren't portions of the Intermountain West EV corridor within PNM service area?
They are, yes.
Has PNM developed or will they be developing any DCFC stations along the portions of the corridor that's within your service area?
I'm hopeful that customers that are located along the corridor will choose to take advantage of the incentives to further build out the infrastructure.
Is the audio on my end or is it on Alaric's end? The audio problem.
Ambulance go by, is it better?
You got a
Mr. Yeah, Mr. Bobby, there's a little bit of kind of feedback. Maybe if you could speak closer to the microphone, let's see if that helps.
I'll lean in a little. I had
No.
No.
It's actually a little worse. Let's see.
Okay, plan B. Does this work any better?
Yes.
That's better.
Okay, good. Always be prepared.
I just want to make sure that I understood your last answer. In response to Ms. Beadle's question, are you saying that part of PNM's TEP program incentives could be used in PNM service area to put charging stations on the interstates?
So I'll give a little bit of background here. Retail sales are typically not allowed on the interstates or within the easements, which is a huge hurdle. So what I'm saying is that we're hopeful that customers that are located along the corridors that have private land, such as a good example is the Santo Domingo Pueblo has a DC fast charging station off the highway, that other customers located along corridors will also choose to install DC fast charging stations. But we are not being prescriptive in where those stations will be located or who gets to install them.
Okay, I don't think I heard an answer to the question. I thought when I read your response to the bench request that the tenor of your answer was this corridor is outside of our bailiwick. We're not looking at trying to incentivize any interstates or any corridors. We're looking to incentivize our service territory other than the interstates. Is that incorrect?
So I would just say that the metric of using the Rev West corridors does not apply to the whole service area, but customers that are located along those corridors could choose to install charging infrastructure. We're not being prescriptive or exclusionary about which customers are allowed to put in infrastructure and where.
So you think then that your incentives could go to providing charging stations along the interstates?
They could be close to the interstates, but they would not be on the interstate. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Similar to a gas station off the interstate.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then I didn't understand your testimony correctly.
Oh, I can clear that up.
Right, yeah. So, a significant amount of the, on a first come, first served basis could go to incentivize the interstates and not to those people in the rest of P&M service territory, like rural roads. Right?
Theoretically, they could, but I don't think that we would see with the proposal of 70 DC fast charging stations. I don't think that we would see a majority all gathered along the interstate. I think that there would be some natural dispersal of those charging stations.
Okay, thank you. I had paused you, your time, Ms. Beadle, so you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that because I was seeking clarification on that topic anyway, so I appreciated your follow-up. So I'm going to refer back to the E3 study now. Your plan is not contrary to the mitigation scenario in that E3 study, right?
That's correct. It's not contrary to that.
It just may not at this time or as of yet go far enough. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that, again, using that study as a metric for evaluating this TEP I just don't think it's an appropriate use of what that study is saying it does.
So the E3 study recommends increased efforts to electrify light duty vehicles by 2030 and 2035, correct?
That's correct.
So the commission could order P&M to take that into consideration and attempt to incorporate those milestones into its next planning cycle. Is that correct?
I think the commission has a lot of discretion as far as how they want to evaluate the programs based on the statute.
And based on the E3 study and the climate report, is that right?
I would say that again, the E3 study itself says that it represents different pathways to deep decarbonization specifically. I would also say, just to elaborate a little bit on my thoughts here, I don't think that if you look at the appendix, that the sales model that they have used in that study, which is a straight line adoption curve through, I don't remember, 2040, 2050, is realistic, because that does not follow typical consumer behavior when adopting innovative technology.
Again, I just want to clarify that you're not asking the commission, and I hope I'm not, repeating a question that's been asked and answered, but I just want to clarify that you're not asking the commission to disregard the Rev West process and the standards that were incorporated in that process. Or you're not asking the commission to disregard the E3 study. It's just that you don't think that those particular standards and metrics should be applied in their review and evaluation of the plan that is pending before it now.
Yes, I think that that's a fair assessment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And so, however, the commission has the discretion in the context of those plans to provide future direction to the company in terms of what they should incorporate into their planning and make efforts or proposals to reach.
Yes, I think the commission has the discretion to look at long-term goals as long as they are within the bounds of the TE statute.
Great, thank you. And you don't have any objection to the commission ensuring that utilities are participating or cooperating with any statewide coordination, regardless of who does the coordination, right?
No, not necessarily.
You say that, you don't have any objection necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
You just don't believe that utility ratepayers should foot the bill for an independent statewide coordinator.
That's correct. I don't believe that investor-owned utility customers should foot the bill for a statewide coordination effort, which by definition falls outside of their jurisdictions.
But if the commission believes it's in the public interest to ensure that its regulated entities are cooperating with statewide coordination, that's another matter, right?
The commission has wide discretion to regulate the investor-owned utilities.
And Mr. Babe, you heard my questions this morning about the size of Ms. Rowe with respect to the link or correlation between the size of the budget and the rate of EV adoption, right?
I did remember that line of questioning, yes.
And so how would you answer that question? What is the correlation between the size of the budget and the rate of EV adoption?
I guess my short answer is correlation does not necessarily mean causation. And so I think that there are a lot of other underlying societal factors in those jurisdictions with very large rates of adoption. I mean, I'm thinking, of course, California, Boulder County in Colorado, some of these top counties in the US for EV adoption. And the utility TEPs are larger, one, to serve existing customers and do things like load shifting that we're proposing, but also to incentivize more customers that might be more susceptible. So, or not, that's a negative word, but might be more open to adopting an EV. And so, and so I think that it's not necessarily just the size of the utility budget that's not the one decision point for people to adopt EVs. We are a very important piece of the puzzle, but we are one piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. So if the recommendations of WRA's expert, Aaron Kressig, were accepted by the commission, that would increase your budget for DCFC rebates by $700,000 and would increase your budget for charger rebates by $1 million, right?
That's correct. Those were the recommendations.
So it would increase your total budget by $1.7 million. Is that right?
I believe so. If we can assume that those numbers are correct, then yes.
Okay. And if the commission approved your transportation electrification plan with those changes recommended by Mr. Kressig, PNM could and would comply with those changes, right?
If the changes are ordered by the commission, then PNM would comply, yes.
Do you see any implementation barriers or problems with expanding the budget in those two categories?
And I'm sorry, was there another question from the Madam Hearing Examiner as well?
Well, I just wondered, I'd like to go back to the last question, Ms. Beatles, and find out, based upon the recommendations that you did accept in your rebuttal testimony, how would the numbers would change? Would any of the 1.5 million from WRA's witness, was any of that agreed upon in your, what I thought was around a $450,000 increase to your budget that you agreed to? And I'm looking at page 13 of your rebuttal testimony.
I don't believe that the two recommendations that Ms. Beatles is referring to were included in what we've already agreed to in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So these would be supplemental to that.
Okay. Because I thought and I didn't do, I just did the difference between the LMI and I came up with around 450,000. Did you calculate that?
So the total impact to the budget would be an additional $343,750, and I refer to that on page 12 of my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, 343,750. Okay, but none of that was included in what Ms. Beatles was just talking about.
No, I don't believe so. And if I may, Ms. Beatles, it was the additional budget for DC fast charging stations, as well as, was it for the residential charger incentive?
Yes, it's my understanding, to tell me if you agree, that Mr. Kressig's recommendation was to increase the available level 2 residential chargers from a total number of 3,000 to 5,000, and that would have increased your budget by $1 million. Is that right?
That's correct, and I can answer your question, which was that were there any difficulty in doing that? My answer would be it's not difficulty in the implementation of a larger budget, but really as we've been designing this plan, we're really trying to balance enough customer incentives to move the needle on EV adoption, as well as not have a runaway budget that would impact customers that may not participate. So it's always been that balancing act, and we feel that the budget that we have proposed here really fits the bill.
You accepted some of WRA's recommended increases, in particular with respect to the incentives that are available in a multifamily housing situation. Is that right?
That's correct.
But the increase that we recommended was larger than what you agreed to accept so far, right?
I believe so. I would have to check the numbers, but we did, and I do talk about that on, I'm looking at my supplement, or sorry, my rebuttal testimony right now. It looks like we are on page 11, and we did accept expanding the multifamily housing budget outside of just LMI communities. And this sort of goes back to Mr. Albright's point that it's really a tough situation. So we do agree with that, and so we wanted to expand that availability.
And why did you reject the recommended increase for DCFC from a $25,000 incentive to a $35,000 incentive?
So it was largely budgetary, but we also believe that $25,000 is sufficient to cover the installation costs of a DC fast charging station. Remember, it's not for the charging station itself, it's for the installation costs. And so I feel that that is a sufficient number that we can include in our budget to incentivize our customers to install those stations, and primarily for commercial uses.
Have you looked into the total cost of installation of a DCFC station?
Yes, and I will say, I know it varies greatly. I do believe I addressed that in Exhibit AJDP2 of my direct testimony, or at least I know I addressed the two parts of it, which is the charging station and the installation. Yeah, and I would say if we look at Exhibit AJB2 of my direct testimony on page 20, Table 2 includes both the average installation cost as well, and that's just the range of installation cost. So maybe I don't cover the cost of the charger, but that is not included as part of our program.
Mm-hmm. And what is the range on that exhibit that you refer to?
So the range in this exhibit is $4,000 to $51,000.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with the Rocky Mountain Institute report that was published in 2019?
I may have read it, but I don't have it in front of me.
Trying to. I don't want to take the time that it would require to find that.
You get 6 minutes.
Here, I think I have a link. Just a minute. Are you familiar with the Rocky Mountain Institute report called Reducing EV Charging Infrastructure Cost?
Again, I may have read it, but I do not have it in front of me unless it's an exhibit.
Mm-hmm. So do you have any reason to doubt that the range of estimates for installation of DCS-SC could start at $50,000 and go on up to $330,000?
I think it depends on the scope of the question. So I want to be clear that when we're talking about the incentive, what we're looking at is from the customer meter up through the base of the charging station. So when referring to that question, I would want to be clear, does that include utility upgrades that may or may not be necessary? And does that include the charging station itself? Because given different situations, both of those could significantly add to the cost. And I could easily see that growing into some of the numbers that you stated, but that is not part of our program.
Okay. And then going back to one of the topics that we discussed earlier in my cross-examination of you, the correlation between the size of the budget and the rate of adoption. Once again, you may have explained that, but I think that there was some, some interjection of questions from the bench that I appreciated, but I just want to go back to clarify what is the correlation between the size of the budget and the rate of EV adoption in your observation and research?
So I would say that the rate of EV adoption is really the first thing that I'll talk about here. And that includes many factors, some societal, some socioeconomic, some is the utility program, some are other state incentives such as tax credits or a ZEV or LEV mandate to be enacted, or if you live in a state with an HOV lane, for example. And so all of those things go into this. The utility is a part of this puzzle. And I think that really our goal here is to serve customers that have already made that choice and try and do things in the statute like shift load, for example, as well as incentivize additional adoption. But I would not say that the only determination of an EV adoption rate is the size of the utility program.
But do you generally agree with Ms. Rowe that the larger the budget, generally the greater the rate of EV adoption?
I would say that in order to serve a market with a higher rate of adoption, you need a higher budget. But again, I would really be careful about saying that the person with their finger on the thumb is only the utility program.
Great, thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, Ms. Beatles, you're completed. All right, Mr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
Albuquerque, Bernalillo Water Utility has reserved 15 minutes for Mr. Bobbe. Do you have questions?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Bobbe.
Afternoon.
I got a question I'm a little confused on. Under House Bill 521, they say, and I'll read it, that when considering applications, the commission shall consider programs whether reasonably expected to give better access to low-income folks. And my question is this, that the programs that you have come up with are called low and moderate income. Is that one and the same as was referred to in that House bill?
So yeah, we have tried to, so the House bill refers to two things, low income individuals as well as underserved communities. Correct. And so what we have tried to do is address both of those in our program. So, you know, a low income individual would be someone who qualifies as far as outlined in House Bill 521, and what we refer to as LMI, or low to moderate income. We are proposing that EJ screen tool for underserved communities, which I believe meet all the criteria.
Okay, so the programs, I'm still confused. So the programs could apply, the LMI program customers could apply to both low income as well as underserved communities.
Yes, I understand. I think I understand your confusion. When I use LMI as more of a blanket term.
Yeah, so how do I know, you know, is there any tracking being done to see who is taking advantage of these programs?
So we do propose as one of the KPIs is the total number of participants, including both the LMI participants as well as I'll just say the general participants. I believe Ms. Rowe did state in her testimony, we do not track our customers' income. The only thing that we are able to track is their participation in LIHEAP. And so those customers would need to either self-certify or some other qualifying way to participate in if they were to take an individual incentive, they would need to be qualified in some way.
Okay, I understand that, you know, whether it's a LIHEAP person that gets one of the level 2 chargers, but what about multifamily? Is there any way of knowing whether somebody that qualifies as a low income is in fact taking advantage of a multifamily charger?
Yes, so for the multifamily housing component, we are proposing to use the EPA EJ screen tool, which is a mapping tool and shows the location of LMI communities all across the country. And so it's not necessarily that each person within that housing unit would be low income, but it is a multifamily housing unit in a low income community. And so we have a specific set aside for that.
Right. So you know that a charging facility is in a low income, but you really don't know if somebody that is low income is really taking advantage of that charger.
I could only tell you that as far as our proposal goes, these would be individuals that live in a multifamily housing unit in a low income community.
Right. And you know what I'm driving is am I right in assuming that the average low income customer, a residential customer, uses a similar amount of energy as the average residential customer?
I'm not sure if I could make that leap. I have some general numbers as far as average use, but I don't think it's necessarily as easy as saying low income customers use so much energy and others don't.
If, assuming for the purpose of my question that the average low income customer uses similar amounts of energy as the actual average residential customer, because they have a low income, that means a larger percentage of their income is going to go to energy that they receive. Isn't that correct?
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah.
Right. And so if we really don't know if these low income customers really are taking advantage of these programs that you have or can't afford to do it, that means that these folks are paying money for something they can't take advantage of. I mean, isn't that a problem?
Well, we do have specific set-asides to ensure that they do have the opportunity to participate in the program.
Right.
And so, but yeah, it will be a rider on customer bills.
Right. Okay. And let's talk a little bit about the number of electric vehicles you have now. I believe you defined an electric vehicle to be hybrid as well as all electric.
A hybrid plug-in, yes.
Okay, the hybrid plug-in. Okay, so of that 2,800 that you have referenced in your service territory, that would include both the hybrid plug-ins as well as the electric vehicles?
Yes, so our definition of electric vehicles, yes, both a plug-in hybrid as well as a, I'm sorry, that's on my side. I thought that was someone else's because I have the earphones on. Yeah, so a plug-in, an EV could be considered both a plug-in hybrid as well as a full battery electric.
And the reason I asked that question is there was some conversation this morning with Miss Rowe. Did I pronounce her name right? I hope. Okay. About the 62 mile per gallon. Does that number reflect both the hybrid plug-in as well as the electric vehicle average?
So that number is, I think, as close as you could get to a high level estimate of all types of electric vehicles. There is a wide range of efficiencies, both on the plug-in hybrid as well as the battery electric side. And so that's sort of an all-encompassing metric to take that into account.
Okay. And then your aspiration to get to the 7,800 vehicles in 2 years, EVs in 2 years. Are you anticipating that increase from the approximately 2,800 to the aspirational 7,800 will be as a result of the programs they're putting in place, or are there other factors that contribute to that 7,800 number?
So again, as I stated to Ms. Beadle's questions, I think that we're an important piece of the puzzle, and I think that we can help to spur greater adoption. Right. But there are other endeavors, especially happening here in New Mexico, that may help to increase the adoption rate.
Okay. I'd like to have you refer to your Exhibit 2, page 9.
Direct testimony, Mr. Harris?
Correct. Correct. Thank you. Got it?
Yep.
Okay. Looking at that graph on the x-axis, there's really no times shown on it. Do you have any times you can insert upon, where you're going to be on that S curve?
So we're definitely still, if you're looking at this curve is meant to be illustrative of the concept and not necessarily exactly our plan, but this concept is broadly applicable to technology at large. So I'll just preface it with that. We are definitely down in the innovators stage, which you can see that's sort of the very early adopters. That's like the first 2.5% of people.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you tell me what page you're on in your direct testimony?
Sorry, yes, I'm on page 9 of 39 in Exhibit AJB-2, which is the exhibit to my direct testimony.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You turned your head away. Page 9 or page 39?
Page 9.
Yes.
Of Exhibit AJB-2.
This is your direct testimony, correct?
To my direct testimony, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're at the early stages, but even in 2 years, if you have, I believe your testimony was a little less than 480,000 residential customers, and probably there's going to be more than one automobile per customer. So 7,800 out of hundreds of thousands of vehicles is a pretty tiny number.
That's correct. We're still, and I'm just pulling a calculator up here, we're still at the early stages of adoption. And and I imagine we will be for a short while.
Right, and then on page 10, there's another graph, and showing forecasts, but looking at the percentages of them, those percentages, and they give time here on the x-axis, really doesn't apply to New Mexico.
I would say these are national averages, so New Mexico is included, but as of today, EV sales account for just under 1%. So we're about half the national average, I would say, and I'm hopeful that we can get closer to maybe even beating it.
I'll have no further questions.
What? Just one second, Mr. Harris. What's the basis of your? I hope we can beat it. What's the source of your optimism, Mr. Bobby?
Well, my optimism really comes from these societal factors that are changing. I think that the OEMs have signaled their dedication to an electric transportation future. We can see that the Ford, the original equipment manufacturers. I'm speaking in car speak. So the auto manufacturers, they have signaled that they are really ready for a full EV future. GM has proposed to go fully EV, I believe, by 2035. We have a lot of other vehicle manufacturers such as Volkswagen, Jaguar that are also have 100% full EV dedication. Volvo is another one. And then the societal factors, prices coming down, they're becoming more affordable. And I think especially with the new electric pickup trucks, I think New Mexico is well poised to have greater adoption than we've seen in the past.
Well, didn't I hear Ms. Rowe say this morning that you can't get EVs? They're not available?
So what Ms. Rowe was referring to was, yeah, there is some problem with EV availability. The other thing to think about with vehicle availability are the types of vehicles that have been offered up until now. So typically EVs have been smaller economy type cars, and we're just now starting to move into larger compact sport utility vehicles and pickup trucks that American consumers tend to buy. So
is a Tesla a small economy vehicle?
Yes. Well, I am discounting Tesla here because they are.
Why?
Tesla
aren't they?
Well, Tesla
aren't
model,
they EVs?
They are. I'm referring mainly to Tesla Model 3s are a small economy vehicle. The other ones are luxury vehicles. But I'm referring to the manufacturers and the big, I'll say the big three as shorthand, are signaling their change to an electric transportation future.
Okay. All right. So you think there's gonna be more, and it sounded like Ms. Rowe says there's you can't get them right now. So
not necessarily. Well, I would say this. It's what I'm talking about is an aspirational future of electric transportation. I think Ms. Rowe was addressing that there is an availability problem at a lot of dealerships. I think she alluded to the ZEV mandates that are in place in a lot of states that requires manufacturers to sell vehicles in said ZEV states. New Mexico is not yet one, although we are looking to move in that direction. And so what ends up happening is the manufacturers that have to sell cars in, let's say, Massachusetts, will sell a lot of cars in Massachusetts.
This is real interesting. You might want to listen.
Okay.
If you don't want to.
We can hear you, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay. I'd like to follow up a little bit on that line of questioning.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Sure. When you said you had to balance, cost versus, I guess, benefit, it's in consideration of what has to change. I think that you're correct that that's our future, but to make the changes, there has to be fast charging. Would you agree? You have to have fast charging. You have to have mechanics. You have to have parts places. There's so many things that go into it. when you make that consideration of balancing how much money you spend now versus when the rollout is going to really occur. Would you agree with that?
Again, I think that we are a piece of this puzzle, and we're trying to balance, where we are today with where we'd like to go.
Right.
I don't know if we need to address all of those things, but I think that there is large scale, I'll say a paradigm shift in transportation that is occurring, and we're hopeful to be part of that change.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
And you're finished, Mr. Harris?
I am.
Very well. Thank you, sir. I believe next on the list, we have Prosperity Works, who I believe reserved 50 minutes. Is that correct? Ms. Lynch?
Your Honor.
And yes.
I apologize for interrupting. In the hearing, the order that I'm looking at, ChargePoint is fourth on the list after WRA. I certainly have no objection to Prosperity Works going next, but I just wanted to be clear that we did reserve time for this witness and didn't want to
okay.
get
And
skipped
I didn't have
altogether.
time for you, so that's why I skipped you, Mr. Dunbar. So
Oh my God. Well, I certainly apologize. There
believe-
may have been a
well,
mistake in our
I could be
pre-hearing
wrong.
memo.
I could totally be wrong. So let me just look real quickly. Mr. Dunbar, it looks like to me that under cross-examination, charge point intends to cross-examine Ms. Labor Tercero, Mr. Baumhefner, Mr. Kressig, and Ms. Porter. Do you have your pre-hearing memo in front of you?
I do. I very much apologize, Ms. Hearing Examiner. That was I believe that was a mistake.
Well,
yes, I am so sorry. Might I be able to and I don't want to take up your time right now, but I don't think I'll need all that time for all of those witnesses, and if I could give up some for some of those other witnesses and use it to speak to Mr. Babbage, I would greatly appreciate it, and I do apologize for the mix-up.
well, let me put it this way. How much time do you think you need?
15 minutes with Mr. Babbage. Babbage.
And is there going to be? I'm not going to let people get trade time, as I indicated this morning. And some people have waived time. Ms. Padilla, ChargePoint did not reserve any time for the witness, and they're asking for 15 minutes of questioning time to do so. So I will let you think about that and let me know tomorrow if you want, and I will go ahead and let Prosperity Works ask their questions today. All right.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I was going to say, yes, if we could wait until tomorrow, because, and then after the other parties have questioned Mr. Babe, maybe perhaps Mr. Dunbar can clarify his, the request for time to see if it's been refined or shortened.
All right. Again, didn't see it on there. I'll let you think about it. And so we'll think about the 15 minutes and we'll go ahead either with, looks like, Ms. Gerson is unmuted, so that must mean you're going to ask the questions.
Yes, that's correct. Hearing Examiner Hurst, I have questions for Mr. Babe.
Right, and you reserved 50 minutes. Do you think you're going to need all of your time?
I don't think I'll need all 50, but I wouldn't be surprised if I went up to 5 o'clock and we needed to recess.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get started and try to get finished.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Babe. My name is Sarah Gerson, and I am representing Prosperity Works in this matter. And to begin, I would like you to turn to your direct testimony that's been marked as PNM Exhibit 3. Turn to page 15 and let me know when you're there.
All right, gotcha.
You're there? All right, great. So in this section of your testimony, you explain the eligibility for the LMI residential program, correct?
That's correct.
And specifically, the income cutoff for qualifying is 200% of the federal poverty level, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that SB 521 defines low income as an annual household with an adjusted gross income of up to 200% of the federal poverty line?
Yes, I believe that's where this definition came from, was the 200% level.
Mm-hmm. And so essentially you'd agree that the income qualifications for your LMI residential program are consistent with that statute.
That's correct.
Were you present this morning, or I guess listening over YouTube to Ms. Rowe's cross-examination?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall the discussion of whether LIHEAP enrollment data is a good indicator of who might participate in PNM's LMI vehicle programs?
I remember some of it. I don't remember a specific, but I do remember that line of questioning. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the eligibility threshold for LIHEAP is 150% of poverty line?
Yes, I know that LIHEAP is a different threshold than is outlined in HB 521.
So would you agree that one reason why LIHEAP data might not be a good indicator of the extent of participation in your residential LMI programs is that fewer customers are eligible for LIHEAP?
That's correct, yes. Fewer customers would be eligible for LIHEAP than LMI in this definition.
And this is a limitation on the usefulness of the LIHEAP data that is distinct from and additional to Ms. Rowe's observation that not all eligible customers participate in LIHEAP, correct?
That's true, correct.
Are you aware that many eligible customers do not enroll in LIHEAP because of the difficulty of providing the income documentation that's required to participate in LIHEAP?
I'm not a low income specialist, so I'm not aware of certain administrative barriers on that front, no.
Okay, but in the low and moderate income program that you're proposing now for electric vehicles, the enrollment process is a simple self-certification in which households would attest to you that they meet the income eligibility requirements without providing additional documentation, correct?
That's correct. And to elaborate, PNM doesn't collect income information from its customers. And so we felt that a self-certification for LMI participation is most applicable.
And is it correct that this type of self-certification is a best practice that PNM uses in its commission-approved low-income programs for energy efficiency today?
That's correct. We do use this in other programs. I'm not an expert on those, but I am familiar somewhat with our processes.
All right. Well, thank you for answering those questions. The rest of my questions relate to your rebuttal testimony, which is PNM Exhibit 6. So please turn to page 8 of that testimony and let me know when you're there.
Got it. Okay, I'm there.
So in this portion of your testimony, you're responding to Prosperity Works' recommendation that one of the customer service representatives PNM hires for its electric vehicle programs be able to serve customers in Spanish, correct?
That's correct.
And as a general matter, would you agree that while PNM serves a linguistically diverse community that speaks many languages, Spanish is the second most common language after English?
I would agree that there are a number of Spanish speakers that PNM serves across its programs, yes.
Okay. And beginning on line 12 of this page, oh, I'm sorry, on the line 15 of this page, you state the PNM employs over 160 Spanish speakers that are available to assist when the need arises. Did I get that correct?
That's correct.
Does this tally of 160 Spanish-speaking employees include people who work in different departments across the company?
They are in different departments. I'm not sure exactly if there's an easy breakdown, but they are across the company.
Okay, so for instance, this figure could include Spanish-speaking linemen and linewomen.
I don't know if I would agree to that because I don't know the specifics, but I know that that is the number that is reported as those who can assist with Spanish-speaking customers when needed.
Okay. Would you be able to please turn to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, exhibit 6, and let me know when you're there?
Okay. I'm there.
So at the bottom of this page, you respond to a recommendation from Prosperity Witness Una Porter that PNM should reserve 25% of the budget for level 2 public place and workplace chargers for low and middle income communities, correct?
Yeah, that's the question that starts on the bottom of this page.
And on the next page, you propose an alternative in which PNM would reserve 20% of the budget for these chargers in LMI communities, correct?
That's correct.
And this new proposal in the rebuttal testimony is different from PNM's original proposal in its application, which would have made all of the chargers for workplace and public place chargers available on a first come, first served basis, correct?
That is, well, yeah, it's correct as far as there would be a set aside for low income, but the rest of the applications and these two would all be processed on a first come, first served basis.
Right. Okay. So even after you take your rebuttal testimony into account, you would just have, I suppose, separate buckets, and within each of those buckets, people would be served on a first come, first served basis.
That would be the idea. Yeah, as there would be a sort of general bucket for workplace and public, and then there would be an LMI bucket. And so those would both be processed on first come, first serve.
Are you aware that ChargePoint witness Justin Wilson has also proposed an alternative to Ms. Porter's recommendation that 25% of these investments be reserved for low and moderate income communities?
I'm aware of another alternative that he proposed, yes, which had to do with at the end of a year.
Okay. So I have a few questions to help explain the implications of what it might look like on the ground to only hold that reservation of an LMI budget for a single year of a 2-year program. The first of which is, as a general matter, would you agree that not all potential site hosts are equally well positioned to be early adopters of EV charging station infrastructure?
Yes, I would agree that it's there will be some people that will probably apply before others.
And that might be because potential site hosts will have different levels of understanding of relevant issues, such as charging technology, installation logistics, and whether the people who park in their parking lots want charging infrastructure, correct?
That's correct.
For the site hosts who are already well positioned to become early adopters of vehicle chargers, would you expect to find these disproportionate, sorry, let me start this question again. Would you expect to find high disproportionate numbers of sophisticated early adopter site hosts outside of LMI communities?
I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that to make sure I answer correctly.
Okay. Third time's a charm. The site hosts that are most able to become early adopters, would you expect them to be disproportionately located inside or outside of LMI communities?
Okay, I see your question. I think, you know, people are different across all socioeconomic spectrums. So I'll start with that, and I don't want to make any broad generalizations. I can say, you know, typically, you know, and this is really just based on the stereotype and no data that I have within P&M service area, but typically people believe that EVs are for wealthy people. And I think that's the past. I don't think that's the future.
Okay. But with the additional outreach and education that P&M plans to conduct in the first year of the program, do you think that that would help recruit more site hosts in LMI communities?
That is our hope, yes.
And this education and recruitment process will take some time, right?
Yes.
And you've only proposed a 2-year program, correct?
Correct.
So if you assume for a minute that the commission accepts your recommendation in the rebuttal testimony to reserve 20% of the workplace and public place charger investments for LMI communities, would you expect that many of the signups for these programs would not come until the second year of the program?
I think that it's possible that adoption is not going to be front-loaded across all P&M customers. I think that the term that we use mostly is we expect it to be spiky, which means as certain customers become aware, we might see spikes in adoption, and those could easily be in the second year, which is why it's a 2-year program.
And if the commission accepted Mr. Wilson's recommendation that P&M only reserve investments for LMI communities in these sub-budgets only for the first year of the program, would you agree that that would create the risk that customers outside of LMI communities would claim these rebates early in the second year, and that they would not be available to site hosts in LMI communities who try to sign up toward the end of the 2-year program?
Objection, Madam Hearing Examiner. I believe that Ms. Gerson's doing some friendly cross of Mr. Babbage.
Well, you can't object, Mr. Dunbar. It's not your witness. Go ahead and finish your answer.
I think there could be a risk to budget, yes.
Okay. With that, I'd like to ask you to move on with me to page 26 of your rebuttal testimony. So starting on line 7, you respond to the recommendation of Prosperity Works witness Ona Porter that PNM remove its requirement for data connectivity of residential charging stations, correct?
That's correct.
So I have a few questions for you about the different requirements PNM has proposed to make sure each participant's charging station has data connectivity. First, PNM proposes requiring each participant's charger to have the capability to communicate over Wi-Fi or a cell connection using particular standards or protocols, correct?
That's correct.
So in layman's terms, is it fair to say that PNM wants to require the chargers to have hardware and software that let it speak to a smart meter in a common language?
No, I would not say a smart meter. I would say that there needs to be some data connectivity for data analysis purposes.
Wait a second. So they're not going to have a smart meter?
So I will leave the discussion of the meters to Dr. Pitts, but just if I can make one clarifying thing. So on the residential whole home EV rate, this is a meter that can read the different time periods, but again, it's for the whole home. We are not proposing a separate meter just for the EV. This will be for the whole home, and so it's important to have the data connectivity to the charging station so that we're able to analyze the data strictly for the EV and not for the whole home.
Right, but you can't have the residential meter incentive if you don't get the whole home rate, correct?
Correct. So when you apply for the residential charger incentive, one of the requirements is to also go on the whole home EV rate. But I will let Dr. Pitts discuss that in more detail.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Gerson.
So I'm afraid I took us down a tangent because I don't mean to ask you any questions about who pays for the smart meter. I'd really like to understand the requirements for connectivity. And my attempt to put one of your requirements into layman's terms, I guess, failed. So let me try again. Is it fair to say that PNM has proposed hardware and software requirements for the chargers so that these chargers can communicate with PNM somehow in a common language?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are communication capabilities that are built into the charger, and eligible chargers will have these capabilities right out of the box, correct?
Eligible chargers will have these capabilities, correct.
And all right, so now I'd like to transition to a separate connectivity requirement PNM has proposed. So under PNM's proposal, chargers do not just need to be capable of communicating data to the company, but rather participants would also be required to actually connect the chargers to Wi-Fi or a cellular connection. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, we would need some sort of data connectivity to analyze charging data.
Okay, so these are two separate requirements. One that's a technical capability for each eligible charger to have built in, and another requirement that requires participants to hook their chargers up to Wi-Fi or a cell connection, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And do you understand that Ms. Porter did not object to the first requirement of making sure all eligible chargers have certain communication capabilities?
I guess I hadn't thought of it that way. So no.
Okay, we can move on. But you do understand Ms. Porter's concern that a requirement that participants have Wi-Fi or a cell connection might be a barrier to participation for customers who do not have Wi-Fi at home or the ability to pay for an extra cell contract for their charger, correct?
I can understand the belief that that's a barrier, and that's, we're weighing that against the benefits of being able to analyze the charging data for the program.
Did PNM conduct any research to see what portion of its LMI customers have Wi-Fi?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you conduct any research to see what portion of its residential customers in general have Wi-Fi?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware that there are areas of rural New Mexico that do not currently have access to broadband?
I can envision that. I don't know any data, but I can wrap my head around that.
Is that question, Ms. Gerson, specifically limited to PNM service territory, or is your question with regard to a broader scope in New Mexico?
Well, so the question was whether or not Mr. Babe was aware of this being an issue in New Mexico generally, and the reason why it matters is because my next question is whether or not PNM has investigated whether there are portions of PNM service territory in which customers might not have access to broadband.
Go ahead and answer the question, sir, if you know.
Okay. Yeah, no, we haven't done any surveys about that.
Okay.
Not
But
to
do
my
you
knowledge, at
know?
least. I don't know. I don't know.
Based upon the information you already have, do you expect that more than half of the participants in the home residential charging program, including non-income qualified customers, will already have Wi-Fi at home?
I don't know any specifics, so I would hate to put a number on it.
Without putting a specific number on it, could you say more than half?
Again, at this point, without specifics, I wouldn't put a number on it because I don't have the data to back it up.
Okay. Do you recall explaining in Discovery that for the customers who already do have Wi-Fi, that they would not need to incur any additional expenses in order to provide a signal to the charging station?
Yes, that's my understanding. You can simply connect it to existing Wi-Fi.
Okay. Then let's move on. I have just one more line of cross related to page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, beginning at line 12, whenever you're there.
Okay.
So here, you respond to Ms. Porter's recommendation that PNM contract with at least one community-based organization to assist with education, marketing, and outreach on the transportation electrification plan for LMI customers, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall that in Ms. Porter's direct testimony, she recommends several criteria for selecting a community-based organization that can successfully educate LMI customers about electric vehicles and the TEP?
Yes, I do recall the list of recommendations.
All right. So in this answer in your rebuttal testimony, you agree to set a portion of the budget aside for this type of contract with a community-based organization, but you add the proviso that the community-based organization should also demonstrate expertise in working with linguistically diverse populations, correct?
That's correct.
And so this is just a clarifying question. Under your recommendation, would PNM use this proposed criteria about experience working with linguistically diverse populations in addition to the criteria Ms. Porter proposed for selecting community-based organizations in her testimony?
Yes, it was in addition to the recommended list proposed by Ms. Porter.
Okay.
It wasn't just a swap. Yeah, no, it was in addition to.
Okay, great. Well, so I thought that was going to be the last of my questions, but I see that I have additional time reserved. So I will take advantage of that and ask one more clarifying question to follow up on a conversation you had earlier with the hearing examiner. So do you recall speaking about the potential for DC fast chargers to serve more than one vehicle simultaneously?
About the possibility that one station could serve multiple vehicles?
Yes, your testimony is, I recall it, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that currently the standard is for one DCFC station to serve one car, but technologies are changing, so it's possible that in the future you will see more DCFC stations that can serve multiple vehicles simultaneously.
Yeah, that's very possible, and I know that things like that are being developed, but it's just not the standard that you see today, typically in the market.
Okay, so my question for you to follow up on that conversation is, if a customer found a DCFC station that could serve more than one car simultaneously and applied for a rebate, would they be eligible to use this newfangled multi-car DCFC station in your program?
So I hate spinning off of hypotheticals, but I would say that the way that we have proposed it, a single DCFC station is eligible for one incentive rebate of $25,000 for the installation costs of that station. We do not break it down on a per port basis for those.
Okay, so they could participate, they just wouldn't get any additional incentives.
It would not be an additional incentive as stated in my testimony.
Okay, that is all the questions from Prosperity Works for this witness. Thank you, hearing examiner.
Very well. Well, we still have Ms. Yee, it looks like that you reserved 30 minutes. Think you can get done in 5? Probably not.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, not.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll begin in the morning then. We'll go ahead and take a recess for the evening here at 5 till 5. Thank you all for your participation. And Mr. Bobby, you'll come back tomorrow morning.
Sounds good.
Okay, very well.
All right.
Anyone have anything procedural that we need to deal with before we leave? Hearing nothing. Thank you all. We're recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Ruth, let me know if you have a problem with the exhibits.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure.
And
tomorrow, Julie will be here. Tomorrow, Julie Beatty will be taking tomorrow.
Okay. Very well. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see.